Okay, we are back again. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this keep freezing and keep stopping us. We are back again. We are back again. Ịnabata ịna-atụso ozi a maka na ife anyị na-achọ ikwu na mgbede ịma na iru akwụkwọ a afọrọ m n'anya ikwu maka ihe gbasara ife meburu na mbụ afọrọ m n'anya maka na onwe ifefe ejiri ọfụ m n'anya maka ikwu ife meburu na mbụ maka na enwe ka isi ekwu nke anyị anyị na-eweta ya ebe a ga-awụ ịchọta ya ịma na ịchọta gị eziokwu ịghọtago onye nwa mere iru akwụkwọ ejiri ọfụ m n'anya ma ndị ikwu okwu gbasara ife meburu na mbụ so onye nwa ka ị ga-awa ịbata ịtụsalụ m ozi a ị na-abata na-apịrị m share button and you click the like button ka ndị mmadụ wee na-abatakwa. Share the video, like the video. Those watching on YouTube, my apologies for this off and on. It isn't in my making. It is actually, part of it, what we experience while we are trying to execute some broadcast. It is part of what we are experiencing. Kindly share the video while you are joining us so that we proceed immediately. I don't want to actually, take much of our time. Let me proceed immediately so that our people may be able to understand what we are doing. So, if you look at what we are talking about before we were rudely interrupted, you will understand that what we are talking about is about our Igbo ordinana. Which is ife merụ mgbe otu anyị si eme ife before ndị ọcha abịa n'ala anyị ọwụ ife anyị na-ekwu maka ya ịfụkwa ụmụnna anyị anọkwa n'iru akwụkwọ anyị ndị kwuru onwe ifefe kwuru nji maka wee sị ka m wetara unu ozi nke a dị oke mkpa maka na ebe fa na-ekwu ebe dị m mkpa na-enenyela anya ebe ha kwuru okwu gbasalụ tribal markings. So ị na-abata ị na-atụso ozi a dịka anyị na-eche ndị ga-abatakwutekwa anyị na ife anyị na-eme ka m welụkwa ozi onye isi anyị bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ka m welụkwa ya wee na-echetelu ndị Igbo Presidency ka m ga na-echetakwalụ ndị Igbo Presidency otu o si dị dịka m na-eche ụmụnna anyị ka ha na-abata maka na ọ na-eme nọmba ya gbagotetu ebutuo akwatuo anyị mana ọ nwere anyị ga na-anụ ọgụ tiri ndị ka abata so dịka anyị na-emewe na-share this video, share the video while we are going to play this for ndị obedient. It was put together by our
very sad
good brother, comrade Methuselah.
This is Radio Biafra. A pastor, Okochukwu, and 69 Christians murdered in Plateau. Welcome to the zoo. You are doing one Nigeria. Anybody who says, I am a one Nigerian, may Satan punish you, not just God. If you say you are a Nigerian, may your 9-year-old daughter be abused by an Aboki man. May a 45-year-old man marry your daughter and abuse her. May your daughter get pregnant at the age of 11. May she die miserably of disease at the age of 29. If you say that staying in the zoo called Nigeria is a good thing, if you say that for Alamajiri to put the children of God is a good thing, may your children suffer. May you suffer. May you suffer immensely. May that little daughter or granddaughter of yours, may she also be raped at the age of 9. That is how wicked you are. For a human being to open their mouth and say, I am a Nigerian, it means you are wicked, you are evil, beyond description. You will quench you, child of the devil. Everything evil is in the zoo called Nigeria. Nigeria is the harbinger of evil. It is the dwelling place of Satan. You people are evil to the core. You abhor truth. You abhor light. Ezioku doesn't exist in your lives. Truthfulness is absent in your existence. Heretics, Pharisees and Sadducees you are. You turn the word of the Most High upside down. You are doing kidnapping in the name of Biafra. You claim you're a freedom fighter. You are a bloody thief, but the back out. Some of you are flocking to Yoruba churches today. Some of you are going to kneel down in front of a Yoruba man for blessing. People who are natural traitors. I said natural traitors. You people are blessed by virtue of the fact that you are Biafrans. You decide every blessed Sunday to submit yourself to the will of Lucifer, masquerading. Lucifer, Yoruba churches, they are calls designed to generate money for Yoruba men. But some of you, very foolishly and hopelessly, maybe. 4 o'clock. Next Sunday, you do the same thing. And you wonder why things are hard for you. Because you are idol worshippers. Some of you are in so-called churches now worshiping idol. Okike said in Exodus chapter 20, don't worship anything, even the one in heaven. When you don't, no. I feel sorry for all of you. I do. If you want lies, every year you're a slave. Every blessed year. If you want the truth, you come here. Radio Biafra, IPOB, they are the ones that can save you. Nobody else. If you like, we can close down Radio Biafra for a year or two. We can disband IPOB family meetings for a year or two. They'll go to paper, give them 5,000 naira. Need the nonsense. Biafra is coming by Tuesday morning. He's coming by Wednesday evening. Oh, can't you see Ban Ki-moon? Can't you see Kofi Annan? I was at Obama's wedding. I was at Obama's inauguration. I was at Obama's in-laws funeral. Okuasi. Why do you accept lies? Because you are liars. You are a liar. That is why when they lie to you, you accept it. It's like light. It doesn't need embellishment. It doesn't. Only if your heart and mind is clouded with evil. That is only when you're blinded by it. Roman Catholic Pope Francis, I told you earlier that they are killing Christians in Plateau. Pope Francis is calling a Muslim killer himself, Mahmoud Abbas of the PLO, an angel of peace. What I find miraculous is people say, oh, why do you decide to call African people monkeys and baboons? I said, after careful and considered study of behavior and the way they reason. As I said, during my study of Biafra, why is it that white people can make things happen and black people cannot? That was the premise. That was the what I started with. That was why I decided to go abroad to go and study. I want to understand why is it that white people can make an aeroplane and it's flying. They can make a car. They can have fun. They can go on Grand Prix on a weekend to go and watch cars racing. They can go to horse race. They can apply for a job and they'll get. When they don't have jobs, the government is sweating, is working. Anytime they elect somebody as a prime minister or president, that person ages overnight because of worry for the welfare of the people. Why is reversed the case in Africa? I started to study and then I discovered, to my horror and my surprise, that the brain of a black person is not complete. What makes it incomplete? The ability to reason. Reason is the key. And what is reasoning? If you know what is good, you do it, knowing the consequences of good and bad. And erring on the side of good. That's all. Reason. Black people do not reason. Because if they reason, all of you this very day will have need to write to the Pope if you're a Roman Catholic Biafran. Write to the Pope and say, why did you say that somebody who is a terrorist and a sponsor of terrorism is an angel of peace? There are those that peacefully agitated for liberty and for freedom, like Martin Luther King. There was no way that Martin Luther King any day, anytime came out to say, I support the suicide bombing of white populations. He never said so. Never. Or Mahatma Gandhi. Never. They said if you provoke us, that's what they kept saying. If you, we will retaliate. But you have Hamas. Hamas, for your information, has been listed as a terrorist group in Egypt. If you belong to Hamas, you'll be jailed for life or even killed in Egypt, a fellow Muslim Arab country. The Pope is saying to the leader of these people that he is an angel of peace. Roman Catholic Pope, Christianity and hypocrisy. Christianity and hypocrisy. These are the people telling you it is good. No wonder there is so many things that Catholicism and Islam have in common. The love of little boys and little girls, as I will prove to you later. Roman Catholic priests, they love little boys. The same way that Hausa men love little boys and little girls. There is something about them together. After all, it was Roman Catholicism that formed Islam. Don't you know that? Islam was formed by Roman Catholicism in Rome because Rome wanted to steal Jerusalem. The same thing is happening today. The same thing that the Pope of the old did by trying to steal Jerusalem, they are doing it today. Because if you say that Mahmoud Abbas is an angel of peace, it means you support the division of Jerusalem. And I'm asking Catholics today, Roman Catholics, I'm asking you, do you believe that Jerusalem, the city of David, should be divided into two? Half of it, Al-Aqaba, Islam, and half belonging to the children of the Most High, the Zionis. I'm asking you. You have the church now to give money to Rome. When I get to Rome, I go about Sunday. But do you know that in Bakassi, our people are dying in Bakassi of hunger? Do you know that? Do you know that the money you're putting together today for the church in Rome, that they don't need it in Rome, they are a developed country already? Do you know that your people, after all, we are going there as refugees, so they are developed? Do you know that your people are dying in Bakassi? Do you know?
All right, great people of Biafra, lovers of freedom, we are back. We are back. So we are going to go straight to the point. Let me play that video that I want to actually talk about. Like somebody said that they can hear it from here. So let's begin. Let's begin.
Into our language to make the new territory because the intermarriage with Toromion and Co. They now begin to merge our language. You know, originally there is nothing called Yoruba. It's a derogatory statement, but I don't want to get there. They begin to merge what we now call the Yoruba language to the ancient Idu language versus the imposed Portuguese tongue.
We are still under attack, a serious one. We are under serious attack. This is unusual. This attack is unusual. It is an unusual attack. I don't even know what is causing this problem. I don't know. So we are going to proceed. We are kicked off Facebook. We are kicked off Facebook quickly. So we are going to join back. We've been kicked off Facebook like 3 times now. We've been kicked off Facebook like 3 times now. So I don't know, we are going to proceed. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We've been kicked off Facebook. This is the 3rd time. So I'm not sure of the reason why we are being kicked out of Facebook. Why? I am actually not comprehensive when it comes to that, because everything is okay from my side and I am actually trying to finish this broadcast before, for the next hour. So join back on Facebook. If you are joining back on Facebook, share the video. It is quite crazy. This is quite crazy what Facebook is doing with us now. It is quite crazy. That is just in and out, in and out. That is boring. It is quite boring. YouTube is stable, and I didn't want to start it afresh. YouTube is stable. Of course, Twitter might be kicking out also, but YouTube is stable. If you are also joining us on Facebook, if you want to your site to be stable, you might join us on YouTube at Judge Money Blog Africa, because this issue of Facebook in and out is boring. And I don't know what is causing it. Whatever that is causing it, we're going to defeat it. Now, if it does again, I'm not going back on Facebook again. If they kick us out on Facebook again, I will not join Facebook. I will not connect to Facebook again. But let us try and see if it is going to actually stand. But I think first thing I need to do, let me try to play this video with a phone instead of playing it on the computer. I know you could hear it properly. Let me try to play it on the phone, so that let me measure to see what exactly is the problem. So I want us to go straight to the point. I want us to go straight to the point of what we are trying to analyze before we go to the other topic, and how Ekperima lies caught up with him and the Asari Dokubo, if we are going to make it with the Asari Dokubo. But first of all, I want you to listen to this video of these two, these two great people in the screen of mine. I want you to listen to their video, and I want you to understand, the reason why we are doing this also. It is actually, to pick up and understand what is the tribal markings, because let us see what we agree with what they are saying, because there is a saying that says iron sharpeneth iron. While you are joining us, share the video, like the video on Facebook, even on YouTube. Like the video for the algorithm to keep on sharing. Share the video. Invite those that are actually being kicked out to come back up. So we proceed. Listen.
The intermarriage that happened with Oromion and Co. They now begin to match the Yoruba language. Originally there is nothing called Yoruba. It's a derogatory statement, but I don't want to get there.
That is true.
To match what we now call the Yoruba language to the ancient Igbo language versus the imposed Portuguese tongue. These 3 languages is what we have today as we know. So when there's a word where whatever you hear them speaking is corrupted by 3 languages. The Ogiso, the ancient Igbo language, and the Portuguese infusion. Now, traces to that originally don't have anything like Yoruba. We should be having something like Ijebu, Awori, Egba, blah 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 blah.
That's true.
Originally, as I was telling you, if you understand that before the white men imposed warrant chiefs and kings on us, the custodian of the land is originally the chief priest of the deities and pantheons. Now,
before they impose the warrant chiefs on us as Igbos, the custodians of the land were the chief priests of the deities. Now, one thing, there is something I want to actually clear here. When we talk about deity, so many people who don't understand what deity means, they will say that deity is Arosi. They will say that deity is some unusual god that we don't know, or gods. They call it gods and goddess. That is what they call deity. Deity can stand for God, deity can stand for, goddess. It depends on where you want to attribute it to. But deity is a simple English language which you can use to actually, qualify something that is holy or something that is supernatural. It is God. So when they talk about deity, people will now begin to misunderstand it as if deity that they are talking about is the alose that is found in our land. The deity they are talking about is those places where people are create their gods. And that is not deity. The deity in this context, it is the chi. Chukwu is deity. Chukwu is deity. Anything, it depends on what you want to attribute it to. But that is exactly one of the things I want you to understand. The brother is doing well. His history tellings, especially about the Yoruba, it is actually, accurate. But let us continue so that we will find out what I want to actually, analyze and add to it.
When a chief priest is the leader of the community, he's also a great divine, right? At a place called Ogenenuhe, present day Kogi, is one of the tentacles of the ancient Idueri kingdom. That is where the man Idu died. Till today, the Roti still pay homage to that place. But modern day marginalization of states has begun to make, when I tell you that Kogi is part of Idu, you begin to look at it. Is it not Kogi state? Is it not Anambra? Okay? The state-to-state boundary amendment is now making them. But it was a vast land before. Now, Aka, Efa, and Emehi, okay? The three sons of Idu, Aka, Efa, and Emehi, they gave back to all the vast land of Idu. Now, but the main problem is this. How do we retain our knowledge when nobody is talking about it? Knowledge of our history. Now, from the word IDU, or sometimes spell it IDU, they corrupted it to EDO. Please pronounce E for me. Is it E or E? Is it not E? Now, if that is letter D, or is it not do? Is it not Edu? And you are calling it a do state. They know they are lying. When a white man comes to our land, some of the indigenous name we have is bigger than them because they are diphthong and they don't have strong consonant and vowel sound. So they cannot pronounce it as we do. They corrupt the name.
That's correct.
But we gave them Omombala. They wanted to bite their tongue. They call it Anambra. We stupidly followed suit. OKI, originally written with O, with a under. K and the I, A. They are now writing AWKA. Onitsha, Onitsha. Ahaba, Asaba. Iguacha, they colonized the place and gave name to it from a pedophile, Mr. Harcourt, and called it Port Harcourt. Now, the Idu dynasty. Asian people, are they not Igbos? How do I know that Asians are Igbos? Tell us. For every Igbo setting, excepting the Idu dynasty, there are traces you will use to know. Number one, they must have 4 market days.
I agree.
I repeat, they must have 4 market days. Eke,
that's correct.
By virtue of language disparity, dialectal dysfunctionality, they may call it Eke or Eka or whichever thing you want to call. Eken. Whether you call it Eken, whichever thing, it will found itself under the Eke, Oyo, Afo, and the Bo. Like Werena, Oye, or Oyo, like Omombala, is Orie. Okay? Afo,
that's right.
Manipulate it whichever way, but it's the same meaning. Yes. So for every place the Igbos have their tentacles, you must have 4 market days.
That's correct.
Number 2, there must be New Yam Festival.
That's correct.
We call it Iliji in Igbo land.
Mm-hmm.
Some people call it Iwaji. Some people call it Awamji. Some call it image. Image. Our own progenitor, Batala, took it to the Ogiso people and they call it Aje Festival. I don't want to go there for today. Now, if you go to Bini, are they not doing such? Something like that. Okay. Now, in Asian land, there must be 4 market days.
Now, Iwaji, we talk about it is Igbo stuff. And everything he has said so far is actually correct. But now, I want you not to forget this one of Iwaji and Iriji. I want you not to forget it. Because there is a place I want to also extend the conversation where the contradiction began. I want to extend the conversation and bring this Iwaji and contextualize it with what we are going to actually, put out there for correction. So let us continue.
There must be Iwaji festival, New Year festival. The women must be tying 2 wrapper pieces.
That's correct.
2 pieces of clothes. The women must be what? Tying 2 pieces of wrapper. Okay. Number 3, they circumcise their child on the 8th day.
Correct. Number 3. They circumcise their child 8 days. I want you to note down. Actually, they to olum they to olum iwaji. They to olum circumcision. Ide to iwaji is ide to circumcision, which is the things that we are going to bring back to the contradiction and the that came with this history telling. I want you to write down those 2 things, Iwaji and the circumcision. Then we continue because we are going to bring it also and bring it to the context of what we are going to actually say.
Number 4, there must be masquerade venerated.
Okay.
The word masquerade, the beauty of death,
That's correct.
When you bring 2 words and join it together, the meaning became so intrinsic that it takes someone with the intellect of the ancestor to decipher it. Everybody shouting among.
I like what you said. When it becomes together, it takes even the intellect, to understand it. It is very, very important because this is actually one of the things that we find so difficult in understanding. Like even to the, to the place where we still have what will lead us to everything we are looking for. So let's continue.
The beauty of death, mando, the beauty of existence, beauty of life. So there must be more through which we communicate with the other astral plane where our ancestors have transited to.
Correct.
Are you listening? Yes. Then there must be a central deity. There must be a chief deity. In Igbo we have Chuku or Lise. What do they have? The same Olise. They call it Ose.
Chief deity.
Okay. Now, when they infuse the Ogise language into our language to make the new territory because of the intermarriage that happened with Oromion and Co, they now begin to merge the Yoruba language. Originally there is nothing called Yoruba. It's a derogatory statement, but I don't want to get there. They begin to merge what we now call the Yoruba language to the ancient Idu language versus the imposed Portuguese tongue. These 3 languages gave us what we have today as meaning. So when they work, whatever you hear them speaking is corrupted by 3 languages. The Ogiso,
Correct.
the ancient Igbo language,
Mother tongue.
and the Portuguese infusion.
That's where the mother tongue comes in. Like I said before, when you do this in tribal marriages, then the mother tongue comes in and begin to corrupt the original languages. So that is exactly, he is correct in here. So but that is not what we're looking for. We're looking for some, there is something that he is going to actually say that we are looking for, that I did a case study about, and that's why I pick up, in that aspect. But pay attention, we're going to come to it.
Now, traces to that originally. We don't have anything like Yoruba. We should be having something like Ijebu, Awori, Egba, blah, 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 blah. Elaje, that is the encapsulation of all this that became Yoruba today. But that is how every language, Onun Soka, Obuzuno Obuzuno, Kano Obuzuno Obuzuno, Uduneke, Ezago, Izi, Ehamufu, Onunde Owere, Oluwere, then Anambra, Onundabliba, all encapsulated under one language, Igbo. Same way all these languages encapsulated and be merged under one language, Yoruba. Same is what they are doing today. And they merge Ogiso with Igbo and the infused Portuguese language. That's what they are speaking. So if you say you don't want to know the truth, the Eka people is an attention that Igbos are there. The Eastern people are called the people that run away from evil because they have the science of witchcraft, telepathy, teleportation, time traveling, astral manipulations. They are the custodians of this knowledge. The strongest witchcraft in the world will be found in Asia. Are they not Igbos? Eka people, are they not Igbos? So if you want to know who you are, your language is not who you are. Food. If you can meet an Asian man, listen, let me shock you now. If you can meet a shaman that can name his 5 to 7 generation, before he names 3 generations, you begin to hear Igbo name. If you can meet an Eka person, although he can't know that they are Igbos, but just for the state of record, if an Eka man names 5 of his generation, before the 3rd generation, he begins to mention Igbo name. This so-called being today, let them name 6th generation behind, 5 generation behind. If they don't name Igbo, this is a strong statement. Because they know in the trace of your lineage,
Listen.
your original identity exposes itself.
Listen.
That's why they begin to introduce a new packaging, surname, first name, and middle name. It was not so in our original culture.
That's correct. That's
You
correct.
meet a man, you ask them, we don't ask them what is your name.
Correct.
We ask them who begot thee.
100%. 100%. You see this area? You see this area where he said there is nothing like surname, middle name, first name. It is actually 100% correct. But, there is, I want you to also note it down because I want you to see where you can actually trace it back. And that place is where he rejected. That is the contradiction that I want you to actually pick up there. Where you are going to trace it back, naming, and all these things of surname and all that. It happens. Now you see how Igbo people ask, "Who are you?" They ask you, "Who begot you?" Now let us continue because I want to use this. It is part of the things we are going to bring back to clear the contradiction therein. Listen.
By asking who born you, I am giving you the privilege to list your 4th generation at least maternally and paternally.
That's correct.
By listing your 4th generation paternally and maternally, haven't I known you? Definitely. So they introduced a new byword, surname, first name, and middle name.
I love that byword. They introduced a new byword. Now, byword. Of course, so many of you might have heard me using that name, byword. I want to actually bring it to you also. That byword that was introduced. Now listen to it. That byword, where does it originate from? Listen.
Upon us so that they will take away your indigenous name. Told us to stop imprinting tribal mark tattoo. That is a sin. So that this insignation that served as an international passport then, that identified who you are, will no longer remain. That was how we got to know who we are.
Mm-hmm.
Now, originally, every Igbo man, there is an insignation, which in your body.
It's
you
a
don't
lie.
need to ask me of your passport. The Ichi is your.
It's a lie. That's where, it's a lie. Because when everything he said is quite accurate, but No one is perfect in history telling. No one is perfect in history telling. Igbo that he talks about, it is not our thing. Igbo is not our thing. And the reason why I say that Igbo is not our thing, it is Igbo, there are tribes that are existing in that geopolitical, location called Nigeria today. Those tribes that can have this Igbo, which is called tribal markings. Tribal markings. Those tribes, let me tell you the reason why those tribes, they use these tribal markings. Number one is for their identification. Number two is for their beautification. Number three is for their spiritual protection. Number four is for their healing. These are the reason why these tribes that are found in Nigeria are using these tribal markings. The first tribe that uses tribal markings is the Hausas. The second tribe that uses tribal markings are the Oduwas, which are called Yorubas. The third tribes that are using tribal markings today are part of Benin City, part of Edo. Edo, not all Edo, because some of Edo is actually, is not one tribe that is in Edo state. So that is the reason why some part of them are using tribal marking, including the one they draw in their stomach, on their stomach. The tribal marking, Igbo, it is not our identity. It is not it is not our thing. Igbos are the only tribe in Nigeria that does not do tribal markings. Now, let me listen to him to finish. Then we are now going to tell you exactly the reason why we don't have tribal marking and the reason why it is a blunder that he made here. Now, listen to the reason why he tell you that the Igbo is our thing. Listen to it.
There are several kinds of Ichi. Family Ichi. That the one in the right hand, for example, is to show which family gave birth to you. The one in your left hand is to show your maternal home. The one in your back is to show which clan. The one in your front, which kindred. The one in your, which warrior group. But when you see Ichi, someone have known you. So when they begin to take our slaves, they gave them the Bible. A book filled with lies.
Okay.
And now tell them that it is not good for us to imprint on our body. Leviticus 19, 27 and 28.
Okay.
By doing that, you forgot your original identity trace.
Okay.
Such that our indigenous blood that has been dispersed all over Europe and America and no longer traced home. Because there is no mark, there is no seal on their body.
It's a lie.
You see the way they came into us. We should go back to our ancient ways.
Now, what is our ancient ways? You see, he said that they brought us Bible, a book full of lies. And that Bible that he called a book full of lies, it is actually where all these things he said can be found. And it can be found raw. Now, there are ways that I actually told you to. There are things I actually told you to, write down. When they want to ask you who is your father, they ask you who begot you. When they want to ask you what is your name, they don't ask you what is your first name, surname, or not. They ask you who begot you. Then you tell them who is your father. Such like if you go to the Bible, when you talk about the Abraham, they don't talk about what is the name of this person. They talk about the seed of Abraham. That is that's why when they talk about Jesus Christ's story, they say the only begotten son. Because it is all about how you do your own introduction. Who begot you? Who is your father? Because your father is whom you are. That is the reason why they don't need to tell you surname, first name, third name. The Christianity came and corrupted a lot of things. That's why, because they use Bible to say that it is a book of Christianity, those who own Bible are rejecting it. Because the Bible was the thing put in front of Christianity, and they sell all their lies using that book. Now, we talked about the markings, tribal markings. The reason why he rejects tribal markings, it is because the Bible says that you should not do any markings on your body. And that is the truth. If you go through the history of Igbo people, the only time Igbo people learned all these tribal markings, the only time they consider markings, number one is if a child is sick in Igbo. When you think about marking a child, is if a child is sick with a sickness such as convulsion, then sometimes if the convulsion is actually too heavy on the child, they will do markings on the child. That is number one thing that brings about markings on the body of our people, which I am still doing a case study on that to know how that thing actually came into our land. Number two is when a child is having pneumonia. There is a sickness called oyibo ewelu markings wee kanye chenya ogu. Ndị na-aka ife most of the time ndị dibia. And when we talk about ndị dibia, we are not talking about ndị na-agwọ ọgwụ alụlụmana, ndị a na-esi oke ite. Maka ndị ahụ abụrụ ndị dibia. Ndị ahụ jos, ndị a na ndị pastor, Christian pastor wofu. Enwere ife dị iche. Now, that is when you are going to see a marking on Igbo person. Now, another sickness that can bring marking on Igbo person is measles. Measles. Ọkwa ka na-akpọ onyenwa ka na-akpọ ịba ọcha n'anya. Ọkwa measles. Now, nyenwa wụ another thing that brings markings on the body of Igbo child or Igbo person. Now, you will find this thing called Igbo, which is the markings where another place that they adopted the markings is when they are given title of achievement. Title of achievement, which is called, our people practice what is called aristocracy. Our people practice it, which is, when they are giving you title of merit. That's the only time they call it title of Nzanozo, which is I believe it is a millennial thing. Title of Nzanozo, that is when that is Mbane Bukuichi, Mbaga marking something nalu. And now they are called the noblemen. And he made mention the book of Leviticus 19:28. I want to read out the book of Leviticus. It was one thing I said few days ago. The reason why I don't like tattoo other than this type of hairstyle. I don't like tattoo. I don't like to do markings on my body. It is because of our own ordinary. It's not our thing. Tribal mark is not our thing. We are different from every other nation. We are different from every other nation. And everywhere you see outside Nigeria, you see anybody that is connected to an Igbo man, you will never see tribal marking on them. The Egyptians are the people who are doing tribal markings. Most of the Egyptians. Now you go to South Sudan, you find people who do tribal markings. You go to Congo, you find our people. They don't do tribal markings. In Congo, our people are there. We are connected by blood, by gene. It is not about what we have, because we are segregated. You don't find those doing tribal marking. We are different from every other people. So that is the reason why you find the tribe of Ham, which is the origin, the people that come from it, the Hamites. You find the Shem, which is the generation of Abraham, which Noah gave birth to. Generation of Abraham. Then you find the tribe of Shem. Now, you find out that in these tribes that you find, our own people are different from the Abrahamic religion. That's where they ask you, who begot you? Abraham, this person is the seed of Noah. That person is the seed of Jacob. That person is the seed of Isaac. They don't tell you that person is a surname of this. That's why we don't ask what is your name. We ask who begot you. Now, let us read this book. I will read this thing in Igbo language and I will read it in English. The Leviticus 19 verse 28, which he talked about the markings. He said that they lied to us with the book full of lies, which the same book he's been quoting. All the things he said, most of the things he said are actually, enshrined in that book. Most of the things he said is enshrined in that book. Now let us listen to this Leviticus. Leviticus 19 verse. I will read it in Igbo language first before we go to English. Leviticus 19 verse 28. Let me start verse 27 in Igbo language first. Listen. Unu erila ihe ọbụla ya na ọbara ya. Unu erila ihe ọbụla ya na ọbara ya. Ife a bụ ọdịnala Igbo. We don't eat anything that does not, anyị egbupụrụ blood. The blood must flow out before we eat. Unu erila ihe ọbụla ya na ọbara ya. So anything that died of itself, we cannot eat it. So pay attention to this. Pay attention to this. Because the reason why many history tellers are getting it wrong is because they reject the real place where you will find the real history. Because it was actually taught to us by those who don't want us to know who we are. They brought it and teach us the way they want us to understand it. But we own the book. We have taken the book and we are teaching the book. They are getting angry. Now listen to it. Verse 28. Unu erila ihe ọbụla. Unu erila. Okay, I think I missed verse 28. Just one moment. Can chotakwa verse ya nọ ya. Okay. Ife eji adịde na-egbu anya. So, ọ sị, ka mbido verse 7, verse 27, because ebe m kwesịrị ibido verse 28. Ka mbido verse 26 rather. Verse 26, ka unu wee malụ nọ awa ọdịnala. Unu erila ihe ọbụla ya na ọbara ya. Unu abala afa. Unu abala afa. Unu ejikwala igwe ojii tụọ isi ọma maọbụ isi ọjọọ. Unu ejire igwe ojii tụọ isi ọma maọbụ isi ọjọọ. I think I will understand that one more when I read it in English. Now, unu akọpụla ụsọ isi unu gburugburu. Unu akọpụla ụsọ isi unu gburugburu. Ebibikwala ụsọ afọ ọnụ. Okay. Ebibikwala ụsọ afọ ọnụ gị. That is your bịa. Unu ebepụ na ha ncha. N'anya otu a, ifu nwoke, otu a ka nwoke kwesịrị ịdị na-adị. You cannot shave off your beard. If you shave off your beard, you are no longer a man. Or if akwụkwọ nsọ gwa gị here. Onye nwa mee ị gaa na agụ areli, ị bịa na eri kingdom, or ị gaa na eri kingdom, ifu nwoke afụ ọnụ, ọwụ Igbo, ọnna mụrụ Igbo. Ife ọbụla efu ofu afụ ọnụ, o nwere ife ahụ na-egosi gị. Maka na ịpụta kịta akpụta ọdụm, ịkpụpịa afụ ọnụ ya, ọ ịkpụta agụ, ịkpụpịa afụ ọnụ ya, ọma ndezi ka agụ ọkụ ya. Maka ihe eji mara anyị wa agụ. ịkpụfụ anyị afụ ọnụ anyị adọrọzi ka agụ. Onye nwa ka ejikwa anyị akpụpụla afụ ọnụ anyị akpụpụla afụ ọnụ anyị. Mana ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ n'ụbọchị taa fapụtafa lacha afụ ọnụ fa, lachasie ya ike, na-asị na onwekwe na ya bụrụ ihe ọ ga-abụ ya bụrụ ya. Fama na fana ife anwa bụ against our own traditions and customs. Nwoke ọbụla bụ nwoke kwesịrị ibu afụ ọnụ. Ọ bụgoro na ịchọ ikpe ishevuo ya eshevi, ịkavụọ ya ọfụma, kavụọ isi gị. Ịbụ na ịkpụ isi mala ọ dịkwa ebe a, ịkpụ isi mala ọ dịka ya ka m gụbu before. Na chee ka m gụtọfụ ya ka anyị wee gaa n'oyibo, maka ndị ga-aghọta n'oyibo ọfụma ga-aghọta ya. Unu akọpụla ụsọ isi unu gburugburu, ebikwala ụsọ afụ ọnụ gị. Verse 28, unu egbula ebubu na anụ arụ unu n'ihi mkpụrụ obi mmadụ. Unu etinyekwala ihe ọdịde bụ ebubu ọkụ na arụ unu. Ọkwa ifu now ọsọ unu eji ọkụ nye onwe unu markings. Ifu na the reason why we don't have tribal markings, because tribal, some of them they use ọkụ fire to give the tribal marking. Some of them eji razor ebenye tribal marking. Onye nwa ka gwara anyị we should not use those things. Anyị emena ife ndị ahụ, anyị emena ya na anyị maka na anyị dị iche n'ebe ndị ọzọ nọ. Now ka m gụtọfịa ka anyị jee n'oyibo aka. Now ọ sị gị unu etinyekwala ihe ọdịde, that is tattoo, bụ ebubu ọkụ na arụ unu. Mụ onwe m bụ Jehova, mụ onwe m bụ Jehova. Now ọ bịa na 29 ọ sị emela ka nwa gị nwanyị dị nsọ, ime ka ọ ghọọ nwanyị na-akwa iko, ka ala gị wee ghara ịkwa iko, ka ala gị wee gharakwa ijupụta na nzube ọjọọ. Now efu ịbịa n'ala anyị, nwaanyị ọwụna kwesịrị ịdị nsọ. Onye nwa ka ejikwa gị na nwaanyị ọwụna ijegide je metụ ya aka breki virginity n'ụwa ya, ọ nwunye gị. Onye nwa mee ụmụ nwaanyị be anyị before ademi onye ọwụna megide ịnụ na ọ tụrụ ime mkpuke ọwa alụ n'ala anyị. Maka na agwa anyị onye nwa mee ọkwa akwụkwọ nsọ ka anyị na-ekipi ya, mana ndị mmadụ ama akwa ahụ. Some of them ga-asị gị nọ ka o si dị na ndị Kristian ka ndị ọcha wetara anyị nke ahụ. Ọwasị ndị ọcha wetara anyị ya before. Nwaanyị ọwụ na ije begolu abụ ibego na-agụ gị, ibegolu ha na lituo nwanne ọ nwunye gị ka ọ wụzi. Onye nwa mee ụmụ ndị Igbo ji wee wụlụ ndị ga-anụnwu ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị maka otu iwu anyị dị, otu iwu anyị si dị. Now let us go to the English version ka anyị gụọ ya ọfụma so that ka ndị na-adịghị aghọtachi Igbo ghọta ya ọfụma. Let us go to the Leviticus. Let me read it with Torah. Let me read it with Torah, because I believe that let's go to Torah. Maka na ọtụtụ ndị kwenyere na ndị Israel mana ha ekwenyere na Bible. Let's go to Torah. Leviticus 19 verse 28. I will read it with Torah. Now 19 verse 28. Let me start from 27 where I stopped. You shall not eat over the blood. You shall not act on the basis of omens or lucky hours. Let me use King James. King James. Kuna nkwana nkuna abịa just cool oda nkunu ghọta ife anyị na-ekwuchi ọfụma, maka na ọ na-adịkwa anyị ọsọ mgbe ọwụna ife anyị na-ekọwa bụrụ ihe a na-akọwa ọsịsọ maka ọ connect the dot. We are connecting the dot. Leviticus 19 from verse 27 where I started with Igbo. Ye shall not round the corners. Okay, no. Now, verse 26. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood. Therefore, King James rhyme with the Igbo Bible. Now, we shall not eat anything with blood. Neither shall ye use enchantment nor observe times. Now, ye shall not round the corner of your head. Ye shall not round the corner of your head, neither shall thy mar the corner of thy beard. You cannot remove this. You cannot remove this. You cannot wear isimala. You cannot wear isimala. Now, you say, ye shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead. Na mmadụ nwụọ akpụọla isi ọbụrụ anyị nwa anyị adịghị eme ya. Mmadụ nwụọ akpụọla isi ọbụrụ anyị nwa maka na ada ife anụ nwe ifuru akpọrọ afụ ọnụ anyị na ntutu anyị. Ifunugo agụ akpụrụ afụ ọnụ kpọọ ntutu. Agụ ọbụla akpụrụ afụ ọnụ kpọọ ntutu ife ahụ abụọzi agụ ọghọrọ ife ọzọ. Onye nwa ka anyị ji eyi isi agụ maka na anyị bụ agụ. Now, one moment, let me continue before we go somewhere else. Now, listen to this. Ye shall not make any cutting in your flesh. Ye shall not make any cutting in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord. He said, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. Because nwa gbawa akwụna nwere ka ọ gbala ojekwuru ndị Fulani atụghị ime ọmabata gwa gị n'ọkwa onye Igbo tụwa anyị ime abịa na amụgasị nwa onye maka asị gị nwa ga-agbana ọgba akwụna ọ ife ejikwa gị ya agbana because ị mara onye ọ ga-agbalụ jekwuru ụwa agha tọkọgo. Now, that is what the Bible says. So when the young man, with his philosophy, talked about the issue of markings, we don't have tribal markings. There is no such thing. The only thing that the people that started marking us bụ ndị ọcha mgbe a na-agwa anyị asị na a na-agba anyị ọgwụ mgbochi. Onyanwa bụ the only tribal markings. So the only markings we started, having. Ọgwụ mgbochi markings. Nke a na-agba na shoulder ebe a. Ọ dị onye ọbụla. Oles na ndị nna gị agbọrọ gị, your mother agbọrọ gị ọgwụ mgbochi. So that is the only mark Igbo man have. Now, if this ichi markings of nke ha kpọ aristocracy, that is what they introduced. Aristocratic markings, the markings of the noble. These are secret cult. Are you paying attention? Anything you call aristocratic marking, it is of secret cult. Some of them singing Malugo, some of them singing Bago, all these things are secret cult. It is cultism. Those are the people who initiated aristocratic or this aristocratic marking, which they call ichi markings. I say that now, then they will initiate you in their cult, and you become now some of them they give you a mark to know that ichizu. That thing is not our ordinary. It is things that we actually learned from the introduction of cultism. And that came with what you see today as inequality. Because inequality is when people are separated from others, telling these people that these ones are actually, to be respected than these ones. Cultism is when you go into a group And this group, they do one philosophy that is not usual to the rest of the society. So if it is about some small group of people who have access to this itchy markings, it means it is not our thing. It is not our thing. So these are the things we adopted. And it came as a result of civilization, so-called civilization, colonization, and we learned so many things. So now let us also talk about, there is something else he talked about, a byword. A byword, where the byword came first was in the Bible. The name byword came first was in the Bible, the book of Deuteronomy 28. The byword. They will give you byword. They will be call you with bywords. It started even in Antioch. It started in Antioch, in Syria, when our people were there. After they killed the man called Jesus today, after they killed him, the people who followed him were called the Christians. That's where the word Christian came from. The Acts of Apostle 13 verse 4, they were called the nigger, the byword that was prophesied in the book of Deuteronomy 28. That was where the bywords, the word of this thing called byword, came out from. Our people were called a byword. Now, when you talk about circumcision, I want you to, he said that, if you remember what he said that our people, you will know them by circumcising after 8 days. You will know them by circumcising after 8 days. I want him to say that book he called the book full of lies. I want him to see that he was quoting from the book full of lies. And he did our history telling. Now, he talked about when you go to these people, they circumcise after 8 days, which is to know that these are the Igbos of Igbo, extraction, regardless of the mother tongue which corrupted the language and other things. Now, let us go into this Bible. Let me read the book in Igbo language first before we go to English language. Let me read it. The book of Genesis 17. Let's go to the book of Genesis 17 so that we will understand how did Igbo people learn how to circumcise a child when he's only 8 days old. 8 days old. What actually brought up that about that philosophy? How are we, why are we doing it rather? Very simple term. Why are we doing it? Genesis 17. Let us, can go Genesis 17. Can be there na. Can be Genesis 17 from 11. Genesis 17. Can be there from 11. Or where see? A ga-ebi unu ugwu. A ga-ebi unu ugwu na-anụ arụ nke apị unu. Ọ ga-abụkwa ihe ịrịba ama nke ọgbụgba ndụ dị n'etiti mụ na unu. Did you hear that? A ga-ebe unu ugwu n'anụ arụ nke apị unu. Ọ ga-abụkwa ihe ịrịba ama nke ọgbụgba ndụ n'etiti mụ na unu. Now, obibu ugwu ahụ bụ ife bụ the markings or the cuttings in our body that you will use to know na onye a dị connected to onye Igbo. Obibu ugwu. Enwero markings. It is not itchy markings or itchy whatever you call it, is it itchy markings. It is not about that. Ibu ugwu is what you will use to know that you have a connection with these people, and that Ibu ugwu must come 8 days after birth. Now, ka ịmara na akwụkwọ nsọ anyị mgbe anyị ga-eji na-ebenya ugwu maka na ife a tọkọgo. ka anyị gụọ ya ma na akwụkwọ nsọ gwara anyị mgbe anyị ga-eji nebanye ya ugwu. Now o wee sị a ga-ebe onye rụrụ ụbọchị asatọ ugwu n'etiti unu efo ọkwa ya nwa ji ọnụ ya gwa gị na a na-ebe anyị ugwu na 8 days after birth. You circumcise 8 days after birth. He is telling you the story of the history that is in the Bible, but he's telling you Bible is a story, is a book full of lies. And now, ọ sị gị a ga-ebe unu ugwu na-anụ arụ nke a ga-ebe onye ruru ụbọchị asatọ ugwu n'etiti unu. Nwa nwoke ọbụla ruo ọbọ unu niile, onye amụrụ n'ụlọ na onye eji ego bata n'aka, onye ọzọ ọbụla. Nke a dị ka ije adopt nwa, when you adopt a child, nke na-esighị na mkpụrụ gị pụta. Ifu na ọ sị gị gee ntị, a ga-ebe onye ruru ụbọchị asatọ ugwu n'etiti unu. Nwa nwoke ọbụla ruo ọbọ unu niile, onye amụrụ n'ụlọ na onye eji ego bata n'aka, onye ala ọzọ ọbụla, nke na-esighị na mkpụrụ gị pụta, aghaghị ibe onye amụrụ n'ụlọ. Ọ sị gị na a ga-ebe na n'ugwu. Before you ije mee nwa adopt. Now if you adopt a child, before you bring them into before you actually initiate them into the Igbo culture, a ga-ebenata ugwu. Before ọ bụrụ ihe nketa gị, a ga-ebenata ugwu. Now ọsịkwa gị na ma nwoke a na-ebeghị ugwu, nke a na-ebeghị ugwu na-anụ arụ nke apị ya, a ga-ebipụ mkpụrụ obi ahụ n'etiti ụmụnna ya. O mebiwo ọgbụgba ndụ m. Ọkwa ifugo onye maka nji agwa unu na ọdịnala dị iche from omenala. Now ife anyị na-emezi kịta awụ omenala n'ala Igbo, ma nke amata ya asị je kpọkọ ndị mmadụ na-enye omecha mbọsị ụka ọtụọ mma. Ife awụ omenala, ife amụtara amụta alụ gba afọ bụrụ omenala. Na ọ sị gị na onye ọwụ na-ebeghị ugwu, onye ọwụ na amụrụ n'ala anyị ebeghị ugwu, na osozi na ọgbụgba ndụ ya wụ ọgbụgba ndụ eme ya onye Igbo, ife mere anyị onye anyị bụ. Maka na ife niile ndị be anyị na-ekwu adasị onwe fa kedu onye bụ Igbo. Apụtasị gị na a na-akpọrọ gị nna nna gị for 4 generation, ajụbeghị gị kedu onye bụ Igbo. Ọ ajụjụ anyị na-ajụ, kedu onye bụ Igbo. And m ga-agosikwu na onye bụ Igbo akwụkwọ nsọ nke akwa. Anyị agụchaghị ya n'oyibo, ka ngolu unu ya n'English, ka unu wee ghọtakwa na ife niile dị n'akwụkwọ nsọ a bụ ife edere gbasa anyị. Ndị ọcha ọ na-eme ụdị ya, ndị ọcha na-eme ụdị ya bụ ndị mụtara ya amụta chọọ ka ha bụrụ anyị. Dama ndị anọ na mba etiti, ọwụwa anyanwụ etiti, ndị a na-anụsa ndị nke ọzọ agha, ndị chọọ ka ha bụrụ anyị wee jee zuru ihe niile anyị na-eme. And ọkwa ndị ahụ kwa ndị anụnwa kpogburu nwa anyị nwoke akpọ Jizọs. Ọtụtụ n'ime unu aghọtara ya, ọtụtụ n'ime ụmụ ya. Na ka m gụọrọ unu ya n'akwụkwọ oyibo akpọrọ the book of Genesis. Ịpụta isi na akwụkwọ anụnwa bụ akwụkwọ full of lies, but ị na-agwa anyị history si na akwụkwọ a wee pụta. Ọ dị very simple. Ka anyị solve our problem. Now ka ndị ọcha ga-esi dechala gị akwụkwọ dele gị ka ọ chọ gị. Ndị ọcha si na ha nwa wetara anyị akwụkwọ, wetara ụwa niile. Ndị ọcha wetara akwụkwọ ụwa niile, mana ifi na-emewo culture gị, your heritage, your good norms and value system is all in this akwụkwọ. They are all in this book. Yet you call it, you reject it. And that is the real reason why they brought it with Christianity, so that by the time your consciousness is awoken, looking for truth, you will reject it. That is the the real reason why they created it that way. It's actually a manifestation today. That's why you reject it. Now, let us continue. Now you go to the book of Genesis 17. Let me start from 25. From 11. I will read it from 11 to 25 so that we will understand it better. Listen and listen attentively. And ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin. The flesh of your foreskin. My brother there talked about circumcision, which is Mazidibia. He talked about circumcision on 8 days. Now let's see if the Bible talk about it. Circumcision of the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you, which is Chuku, between us and the Chuku. That is the covenant between us and the Chuku. Now, and he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised amongst you. Every man child is in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed. Before you initiate them, they must be circumcised. Are you paying attention to it? Now, that is exactly what that Igbo Bible was talking about. But we've been reading English all the time. I used to have Igbo A1, but now I don't know if I will be able to write it, because that's what the plan of colonization, that we may forget what we had. I used to have Igbo A1. That's why I can still read it. Now, let us hear it. Verse 12. But let me start from verse 12 again. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you. Every man child in your generation, he that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed, not be circumcised. Now, verse 13, he says, he that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. Must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. Verse 14. And uncircumcised man child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He had broken covenant. You see, circumcision is a vital thing in our ordinana. 8 days after birth, you must circumcise that child. I was circumcised 8 days after birth. I circumcised my son 8 days after birth. Even when I took them to circumcise them, the doctors, many people were actually so worried and so scared. It is actually few doctors that does such circumcision. Now, okay, somebody is asking who wrote the Bible. Okay, somebody in Dubisa say, my question is, who wrote this book, Bible? Is it our forefathers or from white people? My brother, the people who wrote this book called Bible, it is our forefathers. Our forefathers, they were called the Israelites. They were not called Israelis. There is difference between Israelites and Israelis. Are you paying attention? So, the Israelites wrote the book, our forefathers. That's why if you go to the land of Canaan, who was ruling the land of Canaan, the last person that ruled the land of Canaan was Solomon. Now, I believe I have a call, before I bring you in, please bear with me. Before I bring you in, let me conclude what I am saying here. I am going to bring you in. You say, check your internet connection. It's shaking. Just hold on. Don't drop the call, brother. Don't drop the call. So, is my internet connection okay, or is it shaking? I don't know what's going on. If it is shaking, that means I have to now remove the X. I have to connect from the X because it is actually we don't have a good weather. But okay, let us proceed. If it start getting worse, please, Sam Malaki, kindly inform me, please. If it start getting worse. So our brother talked about this circumcision, and he called Bible the book full of lies. Bible that was written by his ancestor, who is Igbo, Onyebi Igbo. If you talk about Onyebi Igbo, let us go and read the book of. I don't know if I am done reading this one. I believe I am done reading this this one of circumcision, because it is going to take us down to who is Igbo, Onyebi Igbo, which is very important question that many people are asking, but nobody is giving them the answer. History tell us, we come and tell archaeological history, which is enshrined by the knowledge of the same colonialism or colonialist. This archaeology, which started telling us the bone here is 100,000 years ago. That bone is this, but now you haven't asked yourself, why all these bones that are 100,000 years? None of these bones have told you exactly who you are, where you were before migration, before the crusade of Maghreb started. None of them have, has ever told you exactly whom you are. So now let me read this book before I bring our brother, who is also having a lot of knowledge in what we are talking about. Let me read the book of course you are done reading this. I'm done reading this. I said the Genesis about circumcision. About circumcision. I know if I begin to I continue reading this book of Genesis, you will get a lot of things. But for the sake of time, let me actually jump it. For the sake of time, because we don't have much time, let me jump it, because let me not read it. If you read the book of Songs of Solomon, Solomon was the king of Canaan. Canaan. Where is Canaan? This Middle East, especially when you get to the land of Israel today, it is called the land of Canaan. Solomon was the last king of Canaan. Now, who is Solomon? Solomon is black man. He also wrote it in his music. Solomon was also a musician. He was a musician. That is the reason why you see Songs of Solomon. And where Solomon will tell you, my brothers don't like me because I am black. He is a typical black man, like unto Egyptians. He is as black as Egyptians. That's why they didn't like him. His brothers that like maybe my complexion didn't like him, because he's a typical black man. Now, let us go to the who is Igbo. Onyebu Igbo. Who is Igbo? Genesis 46. Before I bring our brother. Genesis 46. Ka ịmalụ onye bụ Igbo. Ka ịmalụ na dadati Igbo ọdịnala anyị. Because a sịkwa na ị gaghị alapụ isi aka wee gbaba ụrịm. Let me go to read it in Igbo language, in Igbo Bible first. Genesis 46. Maka na ịtụpụ nkịta akpịrị gosi aka afọ ịdị aka etu gị mbọ. Now let me read Genesis 46. Verse 16. Let me go to verse 16. Ka anyị wee mara onye bụ Igbo. Now verse 16 it says, ụmụ ndị ikom Gad kpọkwanụ Mathias ka ọ bịa nụrụ onye bụ Igbo, maka ọ na-eme ihe ọ na-eme na-eme ndị be anyị isi a na-aya safa. Kpọọ Mathias ka ọ bịa bụrụ onye bụ Igbo, maka ọ dọka Baịbụl gbaa ya ọkụ. Ka ndị ọcha ji delu gị Baịbụl, mana ọ nwere ife ndị ọcha nwere ihe dịka ndị ọcha dịde iwu ndị ọcha nọrọ hia. Ka o si bụrụ iwu anyị na ife niile anyị na-eme nọ n'akwụkwọ nsọ ndị ọcha delu gị. Ngwanụ bịa kpọọ Mathias biko ka m kụziere ya ife ọmarọ. Now, ụmụ ndị ikom Gad, Gad, the seventh son of Jacob is Gad, which is Ziphion, na Hagi, na Shuni, na Esbon, na Iri. na eri, na eri, na arodi, na areli, areli, abịa nwee agụ areli, which is presently called agureli today because it is all about people trying to pronounce it so quickly, which is our brother talked about cognizant. It is difficult for these people to pronounce it. Like he talked about Oka, which they have actually bastardized the name to call it AWK. Onitsha, they call it Onitsha. Onisha, they call it Onitsha. Now, yes. Now you call Oka, which is Oka, Oka, or with Rekom, Mpom, Nobulia, Ki, which is Ke, Odala, which makes Oka. They call it Owka, Apoy Oka. So, Kiwe Mal, Kangolu Gano Ibo, Osiso, Kiwe, Kamwe Wabata 19, okay. Genesis 46 verse 16. Onye bi Igbo, or if I na-ekwu now. Onye bi Igbo. Maka ndị na-asị na ndị ọcha del ha Bible full of lies. Ka anyị mara onye bi Igbo. Onye bi Igbo now, ka m gụọlụ gị from verse 15 actually. These be the sons of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob in Panda Aram. Panda Aram is in land of Canaan, which is the present day Middle East. Now, he said Pandaram with his daughters Dinah, all the souls of his sons and his daughters were 30 and 3. Now, he said verse 16. And the son of Gad, Gad, which is Gad is the seventh son of Jacob, which is Zephion and Hagi, and Shuni and Esbon. Shuni, when you talk about Shuni, you go to the Sadiq region of Africa. You see Shuni. That's why I said to you, you see Congo, our people are there. Our bloodline are there. You go to Sadiq region, you can see from Zimbabwe to even South Africa, some of them who are called, there are some tribe that are in South Africa that is from this God we are talking about. How you know them? They are strong in nature. They are strong in nature. Now let me continue. You say, and he said, and he says, Shuni and Esbon, and Eri, E-R-E, Eri. Do you know what is Eri? Go to Eri Kingdom. You will see Wokaf one. That is his name here. Awaf ondocha delugi Bible. Kondocha na agwa gị ife ABC. Osigi and the Eri. So onye bi Igbo, onye mụrụ Igbo. If you go to any archaeological history or anywhere, they tell you that Igbo is not born by Eri. I even read it in my primary 3. I still remember it vividly. In my primary 3 in Biafra land. But when we read, they told us that the father of Igbo land is for Eri of Umundri. Eri of Umundri. According to the myth and legend. They called it myth and legendary story, which is not myth and legendary story. That was a proper history. Because during that time, we still find some of our history in the curricula. But today, it is actually removed, sent into extinction, so that we will not trace back what we are, where we come from, and whom we are, so that we will be able to know exactly what our problem is. Now, if you see exactly who is Igbo, onye bụ nna mụrụ Igbo, Eri bụ nna mụrụ Igbo, Eri bụ nna mụrụ Igbo. Then if you Areli, ala Eri, Areri, ịbịa nwee agụ areri na side Onisha, or side Onisha side, that place is where, that close to that area, you find Agu Ofia Areri, Agu Areri. Go and read this book, the book of Genesis 46. then you will understand onye be Igbo. Then when you know who is Igbo, then you will now present your argument and present your story and present this your history telling. Because if you don't know who is your father of your land, you will never connect the history of your land or your heritage or anything that is about your history. Circumcision, we found it there. Agwar, who is in Igbo, you found it in the Bible. And we talk about markings, we found it in the Bible. And when we also talk about Iriji, because the Maazi Dibia mentioned the Iriji, it is also in the Bible. Let me bring our brother for the sake of time. Just 1 minute. Let me put you on loudspeaker. As in there, I think let me call you with the other phone. It is more louder than this one. Let me call you with the other phone, Mazi. Can you hear me? Let me call you with the other phone because this phone is so it is not loud enough because I want so hold on, let me call you with the other number. Just 1 moment, because I think the speaker of this phone is not audible enough. It is not audible enough. Now, yes, come in, Mazi. Hello.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. On Israel.
Something. I'll make some of the things you are saying about cutting of the flesh.
Yes.
Our brother may say that we use it to recognize our people, which is wrong. And I see where you bring Bible reference to make that we are not cutting, because other people, like you can see some tribes in continent called Africa, like in Kenya, Maasai people, you can see them cutting their faces and they putting all these big leaves and they like flying pan in their mouth. They are not our people. So we mingle with so many people, and now we start practicing their culture. Because when you trying to explain to our people our identity, like I see where you explained where the Igbos, who is the Igbos, which is the main point our people don't know, who is that particular man. And many times some of our people, if they want to talk about our history, they will go to the Bible and quote from the Bible. And they say that the Bible is a book of white man, which they can never prove that is everything that is written in the scripture was wrote by the white man. The question, like one of our brothers that made comments, from his comments, he said that he don't believe that Bible was written from our ancestor. The question, how can white man identify himself in that book while the book himself is against the white man?
That's what they don't understand it, they don't read it, they don't know exactly. You know, people don't understand there is always a trace to the original truth, our original truth. That is one thing people don't understand.
Okay, for example, yesterday evening, we have new moon. Manande ba anyị na-achị ọnwa ọfụ. And if you check yesterday, moon was so big yesterday. I
Yes, correct.
So, if we want to talk about our calendar, the same calendar, if you read book of Psalm 81, verses 3 to 4, it says, blow up your trumpets.
Correct.
In the new moon, I need you to do any now for trumpet.
Correct.
I need you as one. Or say, in the time appointed, in our solemn feast day, so no emume ka to us, I emume gini onwofo. Man our people they use Gregorian calendar nke ndị ọcha wete. Ọbọkwa ndị ọcha wetara ọnwa IG Bible ji wee na-ekwu. IG ọnwa were agụ, which is month, meaning ọnwa, month meaning moon. That is the meaning of month. Okay, yes. Verses 4 say, for it is a statute for Israel and a law of God of Jacob. But when people say Chukwu Abiyama, ndị ọcha adị akpụ ya ka anyị nwa si akpụ ya, they call it God of Abraham, but it's God Chukwu Abiyama.
Yes.
Abiyama meaning Abraham. Not nke found. Therefore, and the people always say that why the Bible is the only book that translated in so many languages given to Africa, for example. But they forget that we are the people of the book that we scatter four corners of the earth. What language are we using?
That's right.
This ABC written today is written few years ago. What we used to write before is INCBD.
Yeah, INCBD.
How many of our people can you teach INCBD? Even if you write it, can they understand it? No. They will not understand that INCBD. And this is the prophecy that God said it will happen to us. Everything that we are reading in the Bible is the thing that happened to our forefather.
Yes.
Like so many of our people now, there is question that come in the comment section, who wrote the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, let's see people, those people in that book, which they call Bible. Bible means book. Okay. I want all of them that listen, let's see, because you use Solomon. Let's see Sons of Solomon chapter 1 verses 5. He said, I am black.
Yes.
Solomon is describe himself as a black.
As a black man.
As a black man.
Even Job.
And he said, I am black but comely, meaning handsome.
Yes.
The same Solomon now have Rasta, Dada.
Correct.
Like Samson,
correct.
You understand?
Yes.
Sons of Solomon chapter 5 verses 11. So now Solomon will see Dada, dread bush, dread loss our people the question that I asked.
Even Samson, how do you see that?
Yes. So the people, our culture, and everything that we are reading is in the same book. Why are they fighting the book? The book is it teaching us to do something bad? That's where I want to seize because our people, they don't use logic, they don't use their brain, they don't use their critical thinking.
No, they don't.
Is the Bible still teaching us to do bad thing or to love our people? And the Bible tells us who is our enemy. And he mentioned these white people as they are our enemy in the same book.
Because they started long time ago.
Okay, I want to show the people that are listening in this everything that we are talking, we have to prove. Lamentation 4 verses 8, he described Israelites, their face, how they look. He said, their visage, meaning their face, is blacker than a coal.
Correct. No, that's one thing they don't understand.
You know, there are a lot of proverbs. You look at it, and you know, through the Bible, our people are okay, people always to say the same Bible. Job will tell it as say, my skin is black. Job is telling you, my skin is black upon me.
Yes. Correct.
They're black.
Exactly. Jeremiah's, what about Jeremiah's, is it Jeremiah 14:2? Yes.
14.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know Judah because I know Lion of Judah.
Correct.
And akwa isi agụ anyị na-akwata ata kedu ndị na-akwụ ya ndị ọcha na-akwaziri anyị anyị nwa na-edu ya n'aka ndị ọcha ya ejekwala anyị nwa bịa gori ya n'aka fanwa fabrik na ife niile eji arụ ife si n'aka ndị obodo ndị ọzọ were abịa because our people amaghị the reason why anyị nwere ike ime nwere ife nke anyị mana ka nhapụgodo ebe achọ nka ndị Igbo egwute our brother delu something si kedu ndị del Bible ka anyị mara ka fadị ka anyị mara agwa Kraịst si na agbụrụ Juda wee pụta according to Hebrew chapter 7 verses 14. Also not from evidence no see Judah tribe. Okay, ka afụzia ka ndị Judah afụ because it changed the ancient map.
Yes.
Our ancient map ndị be anyị na-amụlọ edere ya kingdom of Judah.
Yeah.
Before abịa change it to Negro land meaning black land before abịa denyezi ya Africa.
That's correct.
Because our people are the agenda history. Ka e wee jee mara ife na-eme. Jeremiah 14:2 Judah morning. I can evacuate to that. I can look at
yes.
The gate, the Arab language.
No security.
Their language.
No security.
Also, they are black.
Yes. Exactly.
Many people say, I want to bring something about the translation. Bible says, I ask out of 4 corners of the earth.
That's right.
So, can you see our people help wages slave in America? What language kafane asu? Our people have wages slave in China. What language kafane asu? Because in the man say why you go Bible can translate in so many languages because our people scattered 4 corners of the earth.
Correct. Correct.
So, what language?
They speak the Obodo language. Asụsụ obodo faka obodo ha nọ na aka ha na-asụ.
Okay, can you see why you communicate with them? Can you see one line of one day?
Logic.
All our code, the same Bible I can one use every panel. Now say now for what couple this slave, not in Deuteronomy 28, 48, and 68.
No, Psalms Malachi. Hold on. There is a comment here which says Psalms Malachi say, I don't understand why we put emphasis on the biblical story when the Bible was written 3,000 years ago. You know when is 3,000 years ago? Christianity was actually introduced to us 3,000 years ago, not the Bible, dude. You know, Christianity was introduced to us 3,000, which is 325 AD. Which is around 3,000, it is not even 3,000, it is more than 3,000 years ago when Christianity was introduced to us, to use it to bastardize the Bible text, to use it to bastardize Bible information, to use it to actually make our mind to be weak in order for them to come in and brainwash us. Christianity is the one that brainwashed you, not the Bible. In the wrong hand, Bible can do evil. In the wrong hand. That's what you must understand. Bible is older than 5,000 years ago. Bible is older than Solomon.
Christianity was prophesied in the same Bible.
Exactly.
That we're going to worship another God, which I now worship today. Deuteronomy 36 and 64.
That's right.
And if we don't our enemy. And the Nafaga worship another gods, our forefather Christianity and Islam.
That's correct.
Our people majority to today, Nonimia. When the Islam they are slave, when the Ocha they are slave, can you doctrine now the honey in the Bible? Like that people just Sunday worship. It's not anywhere written in the Bible.
Exactly.
People are celebrating. It's not anywhere written in the Bible. Managiofu that our brother Iji teaching. Feast of Tithe. Ndị mmadụ chenjiri si ego today.
Eziokwu.
Feast of Harvest. Akụ ya ka Bible kwuru nke ndị na-emechi ọfụrụ onye iji ya wee mee. Ọ anyị nwere ememe iji.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
On the chapel, the culture. Why our people fighting the book? Is it the book is their problem or the people that teach the book?
That's something that is very confusing to people who don't understand, because they want you to detest the book so that you will never trace your origin and know where you left Chukwu and where Chukwu left you. You know, the Chukwu you talk about, you don't want you to know where you left them behind, where he left you behind, or where you left him behind. That is the real truth. And if you look at it, even in the land of Canaan, you'll find out that this, exactly, the continent of Africa, which was ruled by Egypt, it was
1945 to 1948.
Exactly. Now, in the land of Canaan, you'll find the people who are fighting for the place, the promised land given to our ancestors. They are fighting for it. And that place will never know peace. According to the Bible, it will not know peace. According to the Bible, it says the cry of Jerusalem has gone up. Because most of
the things our people they are practicing is humanity, not ordinary.
Exactly.
That's why people now saying that okay, in next few days now, people will celebrate New Month. I say Happy New Month, Happy New Month.
Yes. I don't respond to that.
While yesterday, just yesterday, when the sun goes down, sunset to sunset, I wonder, I have a new day. I don't know what's happening. Come on, the name our people here. One day, sin a family beach and the one who's in a family, is in Northern. Na fa na-ene omenani fa nwa adị echete na nya ka abanyere ọnwụ
mba ha dị echete aka na-echete egwu ọnwa
mana egwu ọnwa bụ ya bụ ife na Bible ya ka m ji ajụ mmadụ why people always attack Bible agwara na a ga-enwe false prophets false teacher on there by their fruit you shall know them.
So when you see the false prophet, remember that false prophet does not end with those people wearing Bible suit and tie in the auditorium. It is also this type of things Matthias is doing. They are false prophets.
Yes, and the same Bible say that many will come in my name. When white people come, is it white people come in the name of Christ?
Exactly.
In the name of Messiah, because Jesus Christ had the black,
that's correct. That's correct.
So, can not just wait through this Bible, because when you take the Bible, you Bible and our people are history.
No, it's true. It's true.
The opponent Bible, after they say that we cannot do our custom anymore, everybody will follow one custom. That's when they sport football and everything and tell us to come together to be one people.
Yes.
So everybody will custom. And all those things, the history fulfilled, and all these things was written in the book for we to know who these people are, what's their job. They are coming here to kill and to destroy, and this is exactly they do their job perfect as Satan the Bible speak of.
Aye, our people.
They will rule you, they will conquer you, they will deceive you. They never take power from them once we don't follow this on the line, which is in the book. That's why anybody, if you run, go anywhere, this book will catch you, no matter how lie.
Exactly.
Hold you responsible.
What did the Bible say that the devil come to do?
The Bible is a book of man, white man, King James. Now.
No, but on Israel, what did the Bible say that the devil come to do?
He said it come to kill and to destroy.
To kill, to steal, and to destroy.
Yes.
What happened to Africa?
What happened to us is in Deuteronomy chapter 28. Let me read it because I want to use the same Bible to show our people what the Bible said that these white people, Bible is against them for our people to read. Deuteronomy chapter 28 verses 48. He said, 15 said if we don't keep the commandment, one of the cause that going to happen to us.
The commandment is our ordinana, and before Chukwu okike nye anyị ndụ, nye anyị ife anyị ga na-asọpụrụ, maka na ife ọbụla dị n'ụwa nwere iwu na-achị ya. Onye nwa mee ije gwọọ ọgwụ, agwa gị iwu ị ga na-eso n'ọgwụ ịgwọ. Ịda iwu ahụ ife emewe gị ozugbo. So ife imezi na ife niile nwere iwu, sọsọ anyị nwa bụ ndị ekwesịrị inwe iwu. Chukwu nyere anyị iwu, anyị ala iwu ahụ Chukwu nyere anyị sobe nke ndị ọcha nyere anyị. Onye nwa mee eji gbakọta anyị azụ. Chukwu anyị gbakọtara anyị azụ. Please continue reading the book of Deuteronomy.
Okay, I always use this because that's what Nnamdi Kanu always use whenever he's making his teaching.
That's correct.
He says, moreover, verses 4 to Deuteronomy 28:45. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, until
thou be destroyed.
Thee destroyed. And our people are destroyed, because now, anytime people say, what happened to us? Why all these things happen to us? Why? People always ask questions. Why all these things? Because if you do what other people
does,
somebody will do something to get away.
Yes.
That man will do and get away.
Correct.
But if you do, because that is why
yes.
You are them.
That's right.
Before God.
Correct.
Until we are destroyed, because darkness not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandment and the statute which I commanded thee. Verses 46, he said, and they shall be upon thee for a sign.
That's correct.
A sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed, your generation, you are forever.
Yes.
See, in your chapter, Igbo grow today,
No.
Instead, I go pollute.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to come to the point where I want to come now. Verses 48. He said that, therefore shalt thou serve thy enemies. Pura.
Yes. Your enemies. Yes.
For example, example. Fabu friend, Fabu enemy.
Yes.
Fabu friend. They are enemies. The two are called the Panamadu. If Bible they teach in nature, or again, therefore thou shalt serve thy enemy, which shall send against thee in hunger
and starvation.
If you need food,
if you need clothes,
yes.
In nakedness.
In nakedness.
Yes.
They bring it to you. If you don't want to use, they bring it to you.
Correct.
They bring it to you. They bring it to you. If you want to do research, they give it to you. If you want internet, they give it to you. If you want everything in want of all things,
yes,
you serve your enemies.
Yeah.
Until they put you of iron.
Unto thy neck. No. Never. Never. Our people. They are waking up.
Until we are destroyed. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because I am knowledge. Our forefathers were knowledge. And if I'm if our forefathers were
exactly. That
our forefather would not do this thing. And when we Igbo people, the Chukwu Abiyama,
that's correct. That's why each and every time I make reference of what Matthias is doing, because he has opened a church and claiming that he is opening ordinary. He He has opened a church. That is exactly, he is setting us back from where we are coming out from. And I believe that these people, all these people na-esi oke ite na oke agwụ na oke ehuru na all this rubbish, I believe that they will be behind all these things. They will be promoting such things so that the pastor, just for them to take it away from the pastors. Onye lelu nkịta golo enwe. Exactly.
Because the Bible said in Isaiah chapter 28, verses 15, they make covenant with death, they make covenant with white man. Our politicians, they make covenant with white people.
That's correct.
Say nobody can see us, nobody can touch us, like what happened to Tinubu last time. Nobody can do anything. What happened to Buhari? Nobody can do anything because they already make the covenant, they will protect them, they can give them whatever they want. We will teach our people the Bible. When you are church owner, they won't want us to read and to write. So they will destroy the innocent one that have the brain, the capacity to read. Now they destroy the system. People say that white man brings civilization for us. Where?
How can they bring civilization when civilization started when our ancestors were in Egypt? How did we build the pyramids? Egyptian pyramids.
No, white man built it.
How did we build the pyramids? It is sickening.
So, the thing is that anybody that listens to our discussion today, go back and do your own research yourself. Compare. Be in the middle. Compare. Whenever somebody is teaching something, whenever somebody says something, go and make your research and tell yourself the truth. If you are looking for truth, truth will locate you anywhere you are. No matter how population, some people they are in the social media have so many people followers. God don't deal with followers.
Exactly.
God deal with one. They will be there one by one, giving you, but people will not listen. People will not hear what they are saying. These things we are discussing today, the same thing is what making Nnamdi Kanu to be in this condition where he is today because he preached this. Our people say no. Don't use Bible. Don't use Bible. Don't mention Bible. The same thing he said that make him a Ushemofo. Get problem. He said to Ushemofo, you are white man, idol.
That's correct.
That Jesus you put everywhere is not Jesus. This is idol from Rome. We are not Romans.
And that's true. That's the truth.
Not the way that we are Israelites. People are angry. How we migrate, people become angry with him.
That's correct.
Because so many of us, we say that they are following Nnamdi Kanu, they are listening to his audio every day, but they have ear, but they cannot hear.
Correct.
I will bring audio from Nnamdi Kanu. Because our people is the wisest people on this earth that died in the foolish man backyard.
I love that. I love that.
Every time we think we are too smart. We are too smart.
You know, let me interject there. Let me actually put not actually interjecting. Let me actually put something that came up to my mind. People were asking why, but people are saying that someone said that Bible was actually discovered 3,000 years ago. Let's assume that Bible was discovered 3,000 years ago. Now, when did these studies of human was started? The study of human, which is now called archaeology. Archaeology started when? Archaeology started 500 years ago. So Bible is still, even if Bible you claim that is written 3,000 years ago, it's still older than archaeology. So when if archaeology started 500 years ago, now Bible you claim it is born 3,000 ago, which is a lie. It is around 325 AD, which is approximate of 3,700 years ago, maybe. If I do the calculation, maybe I will get it. So, around 3,700 years ago, which is the Christianity introduction to our people. missionaries, introduction to our people. Now, if you look at it, it is still older than archaeology. It is still older than anthropology. It is still older than theology. It is still older than all these things. So where do you think you will find a bit of the ancient truth? That maybe, or in fact, where do you think you will find all this ancient truth? Because many people, they read Egyptian Book of Dead. Egyptian, they read Egyptology. They study all these things, believing that these things are older than the Bible. But, of course...
Egyptology was introduced by a white man.
Yeah, that's correct. It is also the time of archaeology. During that era, all these things were actually coming up. What is theology? Theology is the teaching of all this, how people must read Bible, how people must teach Bible, how people must understand Bible. That is theology. Why should you study how to understand a particular book or how to make use of a particular book? Why do you need to study it? Why can't you just read it and understand it? It is translated in every language. So why can't we just read it and understand it? Can't you see there is something very, very, fishy about it? So continue, and sorry for the interruption. I see, I don't know if we are coming out clear still.
No
Okay.
problem. There is something that I wanted in Jeremiah 4:22, like so many of our people today. He said, for my people, now our people in the talk, he said, for my people is foolish. They have not known me. They don't know Chukwu Kikabiam.
That's correct.
Scottish children. Us, they are Scottish children. They are Scottish children. They have no understand. They are wise to do evil. That's why I'm saying it. Our people, they are wise to do
very, very wise. Let me give you an example. Of they are wise to do evil. You see all these people that are telling you, that are fighting Christianity today. Most of these people fighting Christianity today, or the Christianity itself, the pastors, they are very wise to use this Bible to brainwash people. That is being wise to do evil. And the people who are trying to eliminate Christian pastors in order to establish their own way of stealing from people or their own way of brainwashing people, that is being wise to do evil. Because you and those people who will go and fish out people that are sick somehow, and they claim these people are sick, and they have made a deal with these people, it is 50-50. They will donate money. They share it amongst themselves. So it is actually part of it. They are very wise to do evil. They are wise to do evil. Because if one day they don't have limit, and when limit, they don't have limitation. They are wise to do evil. If only politicians, which is in this are the wise to do evil. Fagolo chande pastor agolo. Politicians are wise to do evil. Faje join and chana babunu. Makana abahana on abatahana aba. On dry na abun. Hana babugi. They are wise to do evil. If on the pastor fabulu Bible you lezubo suit na coat. Haligolenu altar. Hana asiluna asi to tight to onye menka. Ekuto okwu jofo asị na okwu ifende it is keka ha si ekudia. Ekuto okwu ili jofo asị na okwu ifende alụsị. Oh no, just na half of our people are resolute about it. Our people resilience could not make them live jofo iliji. That is the reason why some of the pastors they follow suit today. But otherwise, when this Christianity na in the bayala, every time we put okwu jofo asigi mbakwao okwu ifende alụsị esokwana hejeli, without you knowing that jofo and the Bible on your pastor. Akwa na-eme jofo a na-eweta ọjị. Ịma na ịbịa n'ala anyị, most of the things people don't know. Ịbịa n'ala Igbo, onwe ife akpọlụ there are ife akpọrọ enwe sign a na igbo ji ilu were ekwu okwu. Igbo ji ilu were ekwu okwu. Ife akpọrọ ọmụnkwụ stand for war. Ọmụnkwụ stand for war. Ife akpọrọ ọjị stand for welcome. Ife ọmụ mmadụ onye bịa be gị, onye visit gị were ọjị welcome ọjị. Ọfọ iwere ọjị wugoro welcome. Yes. Then ife akpọrọ ọfọ, ndị mmadụ na-eti onye ọbụla ji ọfọ, eji ọfọ aka, ji ọfọ aka, nke a ji ọfọ. Ọfọ stands for leadership in truth. Leadership in truth. Onye nwa ọfọ. Onye ọbụla ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ ma onye ji ya. Onye ebe ọbụla ịpụrụ asị gị na onye awa aka ji ọfọ, onye a ji ọfọ, onye a ji ọfọ. Ọsọ ọfọ ma onye ji ya, onye ji eziokwu aka. Onye nwa ọfọ. So onye nwa bụ
ọfafọ a na-ekwu, people always know onye a ji ọfọ. Ya ka o ji wee sị na the law is the truth. The law
exactly
is the truth.
bụ ọfọ. O ji ọfọ. Yes.
Onye nze onye na-ezere ife ọjọọ.
Yes.
Na-akwudo n'eziokwu. Ọ ya ka eji ame ndị aka ji ọfọ. Mana kịta ndị aka ji ọfọ n'ala Igbo na obodo niile. Ọ ya mere ọ bụrụ na obodo na-ekwu eziokwu na enwere ichie nwee ndị a sị na fa na-ekwu okwu mmemme na fa na-efekata obodo nke na-ekwu eziokwu.
Na nwezi.
A na-esi n'ụlọ abụ ilo. A na-esi n'ụlọ amarụ mma apilo. Kedu ka anyị esi wee dị mma? Anyị adịghị mma.
Na ba ya adịrọ mma.
Ndị be anyị na-achọ ka e nwee freedom. My question, how do you going to get freedom while you don't build your place?
It's
We
true.
have not united together. We don't follow one law. Now they can't tell us what to do. We say no. Everybody say no. Now they hold him. Everybody shout. We want him to come out. There no beer, no buying, no selling. Every Monday, sit at home. While when he's alive, he's telling you what to do. And our people refuse. And they say they want freedom. And they say when we get freedom, then we can decide. How can you decide when you never give
Correct. Hold on. Somebody said that Mazi Chinasa Nworu is online. Please confirm. Hold on. Let me. Somebody else confirm for me. Is Mazi Chinasa Nworu online? Because I cannot pick it up. I've been searching. I've been trying to refresh to see if there is anything like that. I can't see them. I can't see it on. Let me also check on.
It is very clear. While we are fighting for our freedom does not mean our place should not be developed.
Okay.
While we are fighting for our freedom does not mean we don't have to.
All right, Mazi, I think we are going to postpone this teaching for later. I think the person is right, but I can't find. I've been searching Facebook. I don't find it, but we have to postpone this to later. Apologies for that. I didn't even know that the leadership is coming online today. So, what we are going to do, maybe we are going to continue this topic tomorrow.
Okay.
Just
And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for coming as well. So, great Biafrans, we are going to join the leadership because they are already speaking. I did not even, know about it. I don't know why I can't find them on Facebook, but let us join them. Mazi, we'll talk again.
Yeah, peace.
Peace.
His family members, the people that are being killed, those involved in killing, his direct family involvement in the killing of our people. This night, take your pen and paper. Maybe your uncle may be part of the INEC members who are coming to do that rigmarole in Imo State. Everybody I am going to call his name here, we know his home, we know his family, we have every movement, and we are waiting them to make the same nonsense again.
every member of the INEC member will pay dearly. It is a threat. I'm telling you, I want them to go and put it and give it to that is a threat to democracy. But I will mention because these INEC officers are one of the most horrible people in our land. INEC, the staffs, all of them, every location, every unit, these guys are going to handle. I'm going to mention all those INEC officers that people will know. If it's your uncle, husband, your wife, your dad, or your mommy, tell him the election in Imo State will take his head if he didn't take care. Because the nonsense they continue to, because when they do that, they go free. Anything they do, they go free. If they know, they must put resignation. Because on that day, or before that day, or after that day, every them for 1 month, we know where they are, we know who and who, the station that you are going to election, and rubbish. You people want to continue to exhibit in our land. You see what Hope is doing in Imo State. Every one of you is seeing it. And we tell you that Hope, they are the cause of insecurity in Biafra land. Most of you don't believe. Today, Dave Umahi is not in power in Ebonyi State. Is Ebonyi not cool? I'm asking every one of you. Dave Umahi is no more the governor of Ebonyi State. Do you see criminality, killings, and all these things in Ebonyi State? No. Because this new governor is not treading in his path, the same way he operated. That is why they continue to use some of their members. They connected with this Ekperima. As I am talking, I want everybody, you will go and check the current news on social media. Do you know the person managing that page? The same page, he said it's Ebonyi, current news. If you go and find out who is managing this page, this is the present Commissioner for Environment in Ebonyi State. He was a former leader. After this program, I will post his picture. Go and see in that page and see how they promote Ekperima. Telling you is because it's from Ebonyi State. We have all the connecting bodies. The Commissioner of Environment. I think he knows his son is dead. We know him very well. The son, I think the son is dead. One of his sons is dead and is in the mortuary. The two bodyguards that goes with him here and there, we know everybody. But one thing is sure in Biafra land, people thought we don't know. IPOB came to restore Biafra. It's not to kill our people. But we know every move people are making to sabotage this struggle. We have every move people are making to make sure Nnamdi Kanu remains in detention. And I'm asking every one of you, Ohaneze that came out and told you they are talking to Nnamdi Kanu, that they are talking to Nnamdi Kanu. They say they are talking to Nnamdi Kanu. As they are talking to, they want to go and talk to Nnamdi Kanu in talk to Tinubu. But who are they taking his strategy? What are they adopting? They are adopting mefor strategy, bringing the enemy of Nnamdi Kanu to go to say they are negotiating for Nnamdi Kanu. Is that possible? That is the game. The game they are playing. Today in Imo State, most of them have gone as far as Lagos. So this one they are calling Obi. The same game they were using in Baka to play in Igbo land. They were using the bridge. Men speaking from both sides of their mouth. Most of you watch it because you people are men of little faith. You have no brain. You call him a man of God that read the palms, and he's a man of God. He read the palms. I saw many people go to church and you will say, you open your hand. Don't you know those who read the palms? Don't you know? Now he's telling you. Do you know why they seek support from the church leaders? Why they are seeking support is that as he's supporting him, most of them have promised him some special assistance. There is money that will be coming to his ministry every month. Maybe he will give him, when he wins, he will tell him, give me 50 members. Give him 50 members whom he will make personal assistant. He start paying them. That's why you see these churches, they always interfere in political issues when election is coming. They always interfere. So, so that we can go to the main topics of the day, I will stop here in case there is something you want to open up the page so that we hit on. Please do so.
First of all, there's something that has been in my mind about what I started at the early time, or in my preamble. We are living in a contraption, in a country where our people lament every time. We have been calling our people to come back from Lagos. Mazi, this demolition, closing of markets at will, Alaba International Market was closed, and who knows how much that was paid before. All these are our people suffering. And they are demolishing houses in Lekki, and many other places in Lagos. And our people are not getting this message. Mazi, how do we go tell our people, what do we do to our people? So that our people will understand that, look, they are not needed in Nigeria. Look at our land. Railway lines that was put, some before even independence, some after independence, through our hard-earned money by Michael Okbar and others. They dismantled it quietly. And you don't see Ohaneze, you don't see, no person made noise, only IPOB. Mazi Ibunile on IPOB. Mazi, please talk about this first before we continue, please. How do we go about this?
Mazi, there is no way we can go about this than what we are doing now. Frankly, I wrote something last time on social media. Somebody said the leader don't support. Let me tell you, we are not going to, those we are trying to save, we are not going to continue saving them, and they've drawn us back. Because most of them are not on the same page with us. But our duty is to make sure. You know why I don't like IPOB to speak much about these guys in Lagos? Number one, these guys, they don't support the struggle. Lagos don't support those guys doing business. They don't support the struggle. The struggle is not all about taking the news. And you see that they will talk and fabricate stories in those Alaba markets where they are. They will talk rubbish. They don't support the struggle. And for the fact they don't support this struggle, what we are doing as those in charge of Biafra land is to continue to spread the gospel, continue to educate them. Master, why I don't want IPOB to take a center stage on what is happening in Lagos? Do you see the traditional ruler? Do you see how they set him up and put him in jail? The one that started to talk, he will bring ESN, he don't know anything about. Do you see how they set him up? They told him, go and talk, he do this thing, he do that. He don't know it was a setup, and they use him as an example. He's still in jail. Now, there are comments or there are things you will talk to our people. And I'm making it clearly that IPOB or ESN have nothing to do in Lagos. In case like that rubbish that man did. IPOB, ESN is coming to guide with market. Is it the market that supports ESN? Is it the people that support? Why even should somebody think about IPOB or ESN going to Lagos to defend them? Defend who? Life is all about interest. First, we defend our land. We don't defend our land in another man's territory. If you are treated badly, you go back. As no back, I work in Alamoya. I can't work in Amba. Yalana Namoya. I can't hear Alamoya. Yala Ipunea. That is life. Our people, what they are seeing in Lagos is nothing. The policies are coming. The Jagaban have already been approved as the president. And nobody will speak for them as it will befall them. I heard where somebody is talking about, we will go to the gate, we will break the gate. I said, this one is talking rubbish. If you talk rubbish, they will lock you up because you are not a force to confront them. But because most of them don't support ESN, they don't support IPOB. If they are supporting this movement, we know what to do. Our presence will be felt. They won't touch them. We know. For example, in the north, they don't easily attack our people any longer because they know. Reasons are because those ones were coming in our place, killing and attacking us. All of them in Lagos coming, making on social media, crying. We are not going until they realize that there is something fundamentally wrong. In that place, they have built everything they thought is the end of the world. And come back to their senses. Engage the IPOB leadership. And it is not one person's fight. It is not an individual fight. I said this thing in our last program. Some of them are afraid that they will lose. No. If Biafra comes tomorrow, I know it's a very difficult decision, but there will be a round table negotiation of our wealth, of those properties. Sometimes Biafra may decide to compensate any one of them. It's normally happened. It happened between Eritrea and Ethiopia. It happened in Sudan did not compensate so much because most of the South Sudanese was living in Khartoum did not have properties. So most of the people settled were people in Juba who were living in Juba. There is always, there will be which building. When Biafra device, since the government will not pay, it's not Lagos state government will pay. But there is a provision where countries step in and you will be paid. Some of our people have become also very, very stupid in their analysis. When you talk about coming back home to do, they tell you in the home there is insecurity. But before now, insecurity when? Just last year or last 2 years, insecurity started. Just last year or insecurity started. Okay? Or last 2 years. Say last year is the height of the insecurity. Before last year, have you ever think of coming home to invest? Have you ever think of coming home to do your business? You just find an excuse of yesterday. What we are saying today, they say that they have opened the trade fair after taking away from them over 200 million naira. Over 200 million naira. And when you see them lock up the shops like this, they want to squeeze money from them. And that is what they will be doing. They want to put up new fees that will make life miserable for them. fees that may come, like 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, depending whatever they will come on the table. It's a new, they will extract them. They will make their life miserable. And when they make your life miserable, don't think that they will destroy the market. No, they are going to impose fees that will warrant you. They will drain your capitals. And you will come back with empty bag from Lagos. They will run your business down. I want our people in Lagos to open their eyes. They are going to implement a kind of tax that you will say, instead to be here, I better leave. They will drain you. They will send many of you out of businesses. If you don't want, you go and sit down. In our place, look at Law Banta was given to them free. Free. No tax is being paid from Law Banta to Abia State government. No tax. I can bet anybody, if there is anybody paying any tax from Law Banta cattle market to Abia State government, unless they started paying this night. But look at our people, what they are doing to them in Lagos. So, Mazi, the issue of Lagos, they have continued, they have opened the channel of bribing. Just like the way our people, you are with them and they see police, they bribe. What this set of businessmen in Lagos are doing now, they are opening another pattern of extortion. From them, they will make life miserable for them. And their voice is too small to be heard. No matter anything they will say, nobody will hear them. That is why, and the Lagos state government, they knew very well that our people in Lagos are fickle-minded people. That's why they can descend on them. They know IPOB will not interfere. And we're not going to interfere until most of them in Lagos do the right thing. They know what to do. They know how to support. It is time that we now become very, very tactical in anything we do. Because we spend our time defending people that turns out to be our greatest enemy. I could remember when Mazin Namdekano promoted years of Wike turned around and massacre our people. I could remember when Mazin Namdekano was fighting for Jews Okali in the prison. He was sentenced. He turned out and still continue in his sabotage. He knows what happened to Mazin Namdekano. He knows. All of them, they knows. This leadership is not going to make that mistake. If you call us somebody, we will call you somebody. But if you think we will jump to your mouth when we have a bigger fight in our hand, a bigger struggle in our hand, I'm telling you, for many of them who understand what we are doing, we encourage them to lead the way. IPOB and the ESN supposed not to lack support from Lagos. They're supposed not to lack support from our businessmen in Lagos. They are the people we are fighting for. The governor will not speak for them. Anybody coming to speak for them is temporary. It is for their political. Let me tell you, Mazi, don't be surprised they will put who's on the man will go there now for election. He will go there and say, I have talked to them. So, that is what they did last time before the election. They did those things for them. They were doing it. They will go there and use it as a campaign ground. Ifeanyi Oba was there. Peter Obi was there. All of them. Who's on the man, they were all there. Then the election is over. It was just temporary. They use it to play politics. Where is the lasting solution? Can they tell us a lasting solution for what is happening to our people in Lagos? No, they have no plans. Peter Obi went there, campaign, shake the whole place, cause, do you understand me, they have hope for them, whatever they are suffering today, but it is not wrong. He went, he said he's in Nigeria. There is nothing wrong that he went there. But that is to show you the level of division inside this country, the level of hatred against the Igbo man. Ifeanyi Oba was there. started again. Are you sure it is not Hope Uzodinma that have triggered it again? So that he will run and go and beg. Don't be surprised from now. Don't be surprised from now till his election date. He may go there and tell them that he is the one that settled this issue. Therefore, my brother Chinedu, I will leave the issue of Lagos in this particular place, and we will take up other more important issues today, so that next time, maybe in our next program, we will try to call in people from Lagos to exactly tell the world what they are passing through on Radio Biafra. I am using this opportunity to ask the the Nigerian coordinator to get us some people who can come also on the radio and give us a vivid picture of what is actually happening in Lagos. With all this, we can be able to know when to step in and when not to step in. Thank you, Mazi Chinet.
There were Mazi. Now, we are heading towards the Imo gubernatorial election, which is coming up. Is it 11th or 12th? And we see we have a Supreme Court imposed governor that has gone 4 years. Now, Mazi, we see how things are done in Nigeria, elections, how, for me, by now they have written the result already, holding it. Just
of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Please,
of course.
Now is the time to talk about it and what should be done. And if there is any warning, please, you go on, please, Mazi. There we go.
Okay, Mazi Chinedu, I want to start by, I hope the media or Hope Uzodinma is listening, because we have a lot of things in our hand, but we feel this is the time to tell people, to remind the Imo people, we know they are not the one that voted him in. That is why he's called the Supreme Court governor. It was not Imo State people that voted him in. And as the election is fast approaching, we all heard that the Supreme Court wanted to give a judgment on 30th. From a reliable information, we heard that Hope Uzodinma have bribed those concerned with a sum of 5 billion naira to shift the date of that court, of the Supreme Court judgment, to December. It is reliable that he paid such huge amount of money. 5 billion naira. Hope Uzodinma paid. In IPOB or on this platform, we don't say what we don't know. Hope Uzodinma have released 5 billion naira to shift the date of the Supreme Court to give judgment. To when? To next, the coming month, towards the end of this month. There are politics being played within Imo State. You know how Hope Uzodinma, what he did to Krocha. Because of what he has done to Krocha, if you found out a couple of months back, Krocha was forced to shake hands with him in Abuja. There was a picture that surfaces online where the former APC chairman and other people, they tried to bring them together. You see, this is a forced settlement. And Okorocha gave his own conditions. Conditions that Hope should be removed or nullified. And there are people coming from Okorocha and to use to replace Hope. Maybe they can contest. I don't want to mention their names. And on the other hand, some people, these are hope. They're taking people's hope and aspiration, in balance. They're trying to weigh the tension, whether hope can go or not. That is APC for you. They know all what they are applying. Now, Emeki Hedio on one hand is waiting. Maybe on that day, they may nullify, he will become the governor. Because who have killed the number of people they want him to. But to tell you there is confusion and fear among all of them. And I can tell you categorically that Hope called his brothers, because Hope brothers are part of those committing heinous crime in Imo State. In Omuma, Hope, his family members, his senior brother is part of those committing crime. Hope Uzodimma, he called his brothers of recent. We are in their family now to hear. You know, they said the war's here. He told them that everybody tried to buy a house in another country. That's what he told his brothers. And all the people he's using doing the rubbish in Omuma. He said, as this work is going, try to buy a house in another country, not in Nigeria. Go very far in case I lose power. In case I lose power. These people will come after us. Meaning that Hope knows the kind of crime he's committing. Hope knows the level of crime he's committing against Igbo youths in Imo State. You know why I'm saying this? The moment Mazin Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, Hope triggered the moves they want in Imo State. They started to chase IPOB members. In Omuma, there was an order given by Hope to hunt down any IPOB member you got, or anybody with these IPOB people or ESN. He's given, even till now, 1 million naira just to point one person. When you point one person, then we go for you. That is how they massacre many IPOB members in Imo State. Especially in Omuma, his place. And this evening, there are people that they also went to their houses, the people escaped. They used to come with the police, the DSS, the army. And the one thing is this, there are some killers Hope has that they gave them military uniforms. Sometimes when they want to do some dirty jobs, he don't want the DSS to be involved. Those guys from Omuma, I will mention their names. I want people to take pen and put down the names of these people in Omuma. We are not going to forget and forgive. You people should remember from December 14th when I start calling about these criminals. First, we finish with the criminals. Now we're coming for Hope. Because Hope created all kinds of killing machines in Imo State. Killing militias. One of his brother, one of Hope's brother, who is involved in this, seriously involved. There is one of these guys they are calling Simon Okafo. Everybody write it down. He's from Omuma. Simon Okafo. If you are from Olo, you are from Omuma, you people know who I'm talking about. These are people who are using to pick IPOB members, pick sympathizers of this struggle, and they kill them. Simon Okafo is involved. Obinna Odi is involved. There is one guy that had a beer parlor. They called him Jude Mbog. That is where they used to gather and plan everything. That is where they normally hide to commit to whoever they want to kill. It is in this beer parlor. They put army. You can be drinking there thinking you are drinking with people. You don't know everybody there is the DSS. They pick you up from there. That is where they plan everything. The name of this guy is Jude Mbog. I want everybody to know. There is also another guy. Do you understand me? This guy, they call him Adidas. They call that guy Adidas. This guy they call Adidas. guy leading the neighborhood watch. They call him Seleto, but his real name is EH Watch from Abioma. His father's name is Uchoma. You see this guy they call Seleto, he's one of the people. He used to wear the military uniform, that particular guy. He used to work also in Owerri. He works there in Owerri. He always frauding Owerri. Like when they catch some people from Omuma, he will follow them to go. He's not a military officer, but he's using a military uniform to pick their enemies, people who are against Hope Uzodinma in all those areas. Another guy is from Omuma there is Emma Bongo. There is one guy they call Mugu. I think the father name is the Lord, or what they call him. That boy, they call him Mugu. The chairman also, this Imo Civilian Watch, or what they call them, Imo Community Watch. There is one guy also they call Doge. You see all these people I mentioned their names. All these people I mentioned their names. They pay allegiance to Hope Uzodinma. There was Hope Uzodinma brother, the one that died. There was Hope Uzodinma brother. There's one of his brother that died. I forget his name, what they call him. But this one, they call him Ezenwa, something Ezenwa. This is the one he make. You know, when they say this is the Eze in a community, he is the one. This guy has the power to say who will die and who will live in Omuma. That is how bad. This is how evil what Hope have done, both in Olu. And you see this Ezenwa, they call him Igbo. Their ear don't want to hear that any youth is brought from Ata, Umutanze, Oporo, Amos. They don't want to hear that any youth, if any youth are being arrested, abducted from these communities I call you, definitely you will never come alive. This man decides the fate of all the youths. And the Nigerian government knows, the military knows. But because money is being paid, there is another guy also. I think his real name is Dokubo. His real name. This Adidas is the one that takes them to. It's not that we are not looking for him. We know them, but they are always circled with the military. They are the ones they go in the night. If they don't catch anybody, they start to spread information, tell you that everywhere is quiet. They will tell somebody, you can return back, come back home. You can return, everywhere is quiet now. The moment you return, they pick you. And I want to tell everybody, all IPOB members from these areas, from Ata, Omotanze, Oburu, Amazon, all these areas, if somebody tells you, come back, that area, every place is quiet now, don't go. Because they are the ones spreading that information. When you come, they pick you quietly. And when they pick you, you find out that they will say they take you to Owerri. If your family goes to Owerri, if they don't see you, my brother, I'm telling you, there is 90% chance that you are dead. But if they tell you, okay, because they have also a detention camp in that Omuma local government headquarters, they have a detention camp there. You know why, when I talk about the people who Uzodinma is sponsoring, the same borrow pit you see in the hands of this criminal in Osun, in Okibe, the same borrow pit, hope to have it at the back of local government headquarters. And I'm using this opportunity to call, even if they like, they cover it. Skulls. If there is no skulls in this place, they've killed over 1,000 youths. Even if they cover it, if you use bulldozer at the back of that place, you will remove skulls of Imo youths and some Igbo youths also that are in Imo State. Maybe some of them are passing, some of them they kill them for one thing or the other. Found maybe IPOB regalia with them, or find something they said is connected with IPOB. They are being killed. You know what the Hope Uzodinma brother is doing? This is a man. When they catch these youths, if your family or you are lucky, they will call amount of money they will use bail you out. It is in the house of Hope's or them, my brother. Hope's or them, his brother. I'm not telling you another person. I think his senior brother that died, they called him Igbo. And this one, one of his brothers, I think, Ononeni Zodema, is the one that gives order. If they catch any of these boys, they will ask you, you people don't have money, they will ask you to go and sell land and bring them the money. Many families have sold their land to come to bail people in the hands of Uzodema's family. In the hands of Uzodema's family. Whether they charge 5 million, 3 million, go and sell land and bring them the money. That is all they know. If you cannot bring, they kill you. The borrow pit where they dump thousands of Igbo youths is at the back of Omuma headquarters. Local government headquarters. That is where they are dumping the dead bodies of our people. Mazi, if you go to FMC, Aladema, more than 300 or 400 unidentified youths, bullets rain in their body. Go there. You know, why we don't is because some information we have it, if you put it on the social media, it is, it is now altered. But these informations are valuable, and the hope we know what he has done. 4 years is about to finish. If he succeeds and go another 4 years, what are you preparing? In Warrior Nigeria. Go to St. Damian Hospital mortuary. Go and see how many dead bodies. And I'm not telling you that dead bodies rain with bullets. Youths. Their body is rain with bullets. And this is how they are dumping them. Everywhere, borrow pits, all in Imo State, with dead bodies, skulls of youth. God also those criminals have 4 borrow pits. 4. Go to Okigwe, the same borrow pit. Many people have forgotten that I came on radio when I told you people that the criminals are relocating. Most of them were relocating to Okigwe. I called the names, some people. Don't you people hear? Don't you see what was happening in Okigwe? When I came on radio, I said, these criminals are moving to Okigwe, that people in Okigwe, communities should be very careful. But you know, it's communities that are also accepting them. Some people in the community will accept them, bring them in, and force everybody come and take oath you won't do. At the end of the day, how many houses were burned in Okigwe because of these criminals? People's homes, many IPOB member families, their houses were burned. We have the list in Okigwe in 1 day because of these criminals. Most of them will go where he go to fight the criminals. They will leave the criminal and start burning houses of targeted IPOB members. Innocent Biafrans. Innocent people, they are burning, causing havoc in those areas. Why? Because that is his stronghold, where he's thinking he will take election. He's putting fear in that place. Places he can rig election, tell them there is insecurity there, but the result is written already. He creates insecurity. Creates insecurity in the state. Okigwe was calm until he tells the politicians sponsoring them, they told these people move to this area because he will make results in all these places. The results are written. That is why I will mention the name of all these INEC officers this night on Radio Biafra, because they are the ones who are already putting the results down. They are all involved. And after we will publish their names, we don't give a damn. We are the one pursuing them because they have become instruments being used against our own people. He has finished all. He got to be saying he wants to cause problem. But there are people who stopped that in Mbise. That's why you don't see Mbise burning down. Because there are men who stood up to stop all those burning of houses said, Hope wanted to burn everywhere in Imo State. Then he moved to Okibe. Send those people today. The same thing that happened in Olu, in Izombe, in everywhere. In Okibe, he have taken the same act. It's not that it's even the criminals that are burning their houses. They are displacing people. Hope goes to a community, a town, maybe he has one rivalry there, or this thing, he gave order to burn down houses. People's home. And all these things, we have the record and we're making the case. He's bringing the military to bomb, but he will pay for it. Imo State will pay for it. They will pay the compensation for these houses. The more they burn houses, the more they are going to pay. If Hope don't pay, any governor will come, will pay. If not, there will be no peace. We're not talking, when Mazinam Dekan will be released, we will not present our case. They will pay. Forget about this one, 8 billion, all this. And a country, a third country will put them down to pay. They will pay to rebuild the houses of our people. Go to many hospitals in Imo State, mortuaries, everywhere. Then you come, as they are killing, there are remnants in Imo State, the military, because everybody has borrowed it. All the criminal and militia groups, both the security operatives, they have all their borrowed it. It is a tradition for them in Imo State. They are all connected. You come to Ihiala, but I'm talking so that the military there, we know, we have the picture. So we don't care. If you go to at the back of what they call it, at the back of this secondary school in Ihiala, there is a secondary school in Ihiala. What's the name of that secondary school? Let me come, Mazi. I don't want to forget the name of that secondary school, please. They call it Abbott Boys Secondary School, Ihiala. Abbott Boys Secondary School in Ihiala. The military is in front of that place. And at the back of Abbott Secondary School in Ihiala, the military themselves have a borrow pit where they capture our youth, kill and throw in the borrow pit. They also, their own soldiers, whom they recruited, all these boys they recruited from Mbamiri side, all the riverine area, that they brought to come and help to fight. So some of them, you see Asari that recruited them for them. Most of those boys they recruit, so most of them also, when they follow them and die on the process, they are being killed. They are taken and dumped inside that particular borrow pit. So those boys, special forces you see, they bring some of them to fight together with them. When they are being killed, that is where they dump their body also. They catch our people also, youths, in the communities. The military execute, they dump them. In our boys secondary school. If people are around there, people are hearing some order around that area, they know what we are talking. Why we are saying this thing is that we want to let them know we have the records. We are not. It's coming to social media. If immediately you keep it on social media, it has lost that weight. But we are informing them to know that we knew what they are doing. We are 100% aware. It is a mass grave. It's a mass grave. Not only burial pit. They have been burying people at the back of that place. When one burial pit is full, they will open another one. When even their own soldiers, some of these Boko Haram soldiers they brought from the north that they want to clear. When they kill them also, they throw them there. It has become a mass grave. That is the kind of thing most of them have brought into Imo State. And as election is approaching, they are expecting people to come out again to start to talk with them. We know it is not Imo State people that put him in power. And because of that, they are ready. Hope is also ready to do everything they want to do. That's why he needs to set Imo State on fire. When he sets Imo State on fire, he can now have the opportunity to announce the results. All those results that he has, he will announce that result. And this evening, on Imo State, I want to talk to the INEC. INEC, I'm just mentioning these names so that you know. And for them, whom you have already commissioned the money paid, I am asking them to return the money. Because they say the consequences of sin is death. Our people have suffered in the hands of this Supreme Court governor for the 4 years. And people are not ready to take onto those things. And there are machineries that are being used to make it available to perfect him to go into back. I am starting from this particular lady. They call you Nlewedim Ijoma. Nlewedim Ijoma, you are from Abia State. You are the one in charge of Abombise. We know you very, very well. Very well. We know where you come from in Abia State. We know everything about you. In Aya Zumbi, say, you are also from Abia State. They bought you to come and rig election in Imo State. And we put these names on social media so that their family people will tell them. Because this will be their last INEC office job they will do in Nigeria. If there's not anything happen to them, we don't give a damn. Because in Gloria Chinasa, you are also from Abia State. They brought you. You are to do the job. In Imo State, we have every information about you. In Ezinihite, Nwosu Chibo, you are from Anambra State. We know you. You are the INEC officer in charge. You are the one who prepared the result and signed it. We know. In that or not, Onwa Sanya and Tony Ndoka, you are from Anambra State. We know you. In that or South, Ahumibe Prayer, you are from Bayelsa. Your name is Ahumibe Prayer Ihuba. You are from Bayelsa State. Okunaga Bambam. Anane Nebagi. Ihitudoma. Eza Balese Keme Felix. You are from Anambra State. INEC official. Ike Duru Omeje Ike Chuku Ike Mechuku Peters. You are from Enugu State. Isi Alambano Mweze Elizabeth. You are from Ebonyi State. Isu Asabara Ike Chuku. You are from Abia State. Mbitolu Mwabisi Teresa Nkiru. You are from Enugu State. I am not calling every unit, but these are the major units Hopus of them want to use to dislodge every member, everything pertaining to election. These are strategic places. Our results are down. These are the people who we put it down. That is the people I'm calling their names, not the whole of Imo State. These are strategic points he's going to use to win election in Imo State. Ngokwala, Obuishi Richardson Ikechukwu, you are from Enugu State. We are following you. If that's Imo State, make nonsense. You won't. Njaba, Nwankwo Nkemakolam, you are from Abia State. Nkwere, Opera Elom Ifeoma Antonia, you are from Enugu State. Nwangele, in Imo State, Obete Chinyere Vivian, you are from Enugu State. Obo, Nonyelom Benjamin, you are from Enugu State. Oguta, Obichehi, Ozioma, good, you are from Abia State. Ohaji Stroke Wema, Nwosu, Novel, Ikenna, you are from Abia State. Okigwe Uzo, Chikwendu Victor, Abia State. Akwehunagi wabu Victor. Okigwe Gerishige. Victor, Onye Mapaya Jewaya. Because here in the that is all. And you challenge. Imo State they reach anybody. Imo State. Only Imo. Ohabiro Henry, you are from Abia State. I think everybody is hearing where they imported those ones. They don't want people in Imo State. Most time, nobody in Imo State, they bring them from outside. Those they can be able to give money, they take money, walk away. They don't think about what happened. This is the problem we have in our place. Olu Okocha Godfrey Ogonda is from Rivers State. From Igbocha. His name is Okocha Godfrey Ogonda. He's from Igbocha, from Rivers. That's why in Olu they said last election, INEC said there is no polling stations in Olu. Because of what? Because of insecurity. But now, there is already an INEC commissioner for this place. INEC, who is going to write the result? That is from Igbocha. You know, they have brought somebody. These are people who did rigging, good rigging for them. You come to Onsu, Orenedu, Etel Ikenna from Anambra State, Oru East, Okoli, Abadenego, Anambra State, Oru West, Uzoka Emmanuel Uchenna, Imo State, Owerri Municipal, Obonna Ifani Chukwu, Enugu State, Owerri North, Nnaji Ikechukwu Henry, Enugu State, and finally on the list is Owerri West, Okike Emeka from Ebonyi State. If everybody listens very, very well, in all these lists I mentioned this evening, only one person is from Imo State. Only one person is from Imo State, and that is only Oru West. Where Hope Uzodema, this is his area, Oru West, Uzoka Emmanuel Uchenna, his brother, those who will write this. Do you see how they have perfected what they want to do on 11th? There are 27 INEC officials penciled down, going to be used to make sure that Hope Uzodema continue to be in power, to continue to kill our people in the next 4 years. And this evening, the only thing IPOB will do is to make sure that these evil people who have collected money to come to rubbish the state once again, because these are people they just pay, they don't care, they pay as you go. These are experts. Hope most of them knows that they will do the job, and INEC knows they will, because you know when you talk about INEC, you know it's APC. These are the people they have positioned, and after this program, we are going to release their names. We're going to release their names. As an we are informing them. We are informing them very well. You will tag INEC in this. When we pencil down the names and their telephone numbers, I'm going to put with their telephone number so that people will call them and say, look, what is going to happen in Imo State is a very big problem. I have to say one thing. This leadership is different from Mazen Namdekano. Let me say it. Sometimes, you know, Mazen Namdekano said a stage that some people want him to come and talk. No, we are not going to say everything. I'm telling you, I don't care what people say, but people knew that IPOB we bite. We do bite. As they bite us, we bite back. But one thing we are not going to tolerate is in this 21st century, in this stage, at the height of this struggle, people should not make caricature of this movement. They should stop making caricature of our people. They should stop making caricature of the developing our land, teaching people to misbehave and behave any way they like. Sometimes I start to wonder the kind of people we have in our society. You know, sometimes you see people talking about maintaining their lineage, maintaining a family integrity, uprightness. After the war, we realize many people, that is why, you know, if you go to many families, some women gave birth to children, you don't know where they come from. By the time they grew, you found out that it was a kidnapper you born in the house. You know, in lineage, sometimes look at your nameless. Look at your nameless. Somebody can, time has passed. never be wrong. Let me give an example like me. Many of my cousins, if you see me, you see them. Nobody need to ask you anything. Many of my neighbors, you can see the face. Even my kids, when their cousins see them, they say, this person look like us. No more. In Igbo land today, you see somebody, you don't know where he comes. You're looking at him, just like a body governor, that new governor of Igbo. Just look at him. You don't know where that man comes from. Sometimes this is how they have tried to crossbreed us. They want to destroy our heritage. They want to destroy who we are. That is why you see these people I mentioned here. Because of money, they are hearing what is happening in Imo State. They are hearing what is happening in Imo State. And at the end of the day, they want to use it to come and make money. It is an opportunity for them. And let me make this, let me give this Obiko money. If Obiko interfere in Imo State election, he will have problem with IPO. You see any pastor, any bishop we see coming out to campaign rubbish, I am giving that order this evening. Every IPOB member, any pastor, call himself a man of God, a man of dog, come start to campaign for Hope Uzodimma, to say that Hope Uzodimma did this. I am giving this order this evening. Descend on him, tear the person apart on the social media, and disgrace him, bring him to the courthouse. Time have gone when every one of them, if they don't want to respect themselves, when they give them money, they misbehave. And this is a warning to be coded. If people don't, if those who are advising him should advise him, if all the Govt do not desist from promoting a killer in Biafra land, IPOB will bring that church on the floor. And he will ever regret talking about Hope Uzodimma. Mazi, I will stop here against Hope so that we can pick other topics.
Now the question, the question that we continue there, I want to ask is, what should our people do on that election day? What should the people, our people, do, please?
Mazi, we're not going to say what we are going to do. IPOB have a way of communication that is very, very important. Because there are things, if we say it now, the enemies will change their tactics. But what we have to continue hammering is the ones that are already in the open. First is to take care of these people who come to write the results. These people that comes to manipulate, these 27 individuals, Hope Uzodimma we use to manipulate the results. I will make sure, Biafrans will make sure that none of them will be there that day to do this nonsense. We will tell them that they must know that they are not going to jeopardize the life of Biafrans in Igbo State any longer, because it is INEC that is doing all this rubbish. You know, Mazi, Nigerians are fools. Sometimes when we want to come out to educate our people during this period, when some people say, no, they brought in these beavers when it come new. You forget our people were paying up to 40,000 naira to register that they are going to vote. You forgot? People were paying money to register, to take. Sometimes we are only coming here to do what? Educate them, so they can know what we are into. When they were talking about beavers, Maz, am I coming out clear?
Maz, you are. Go.
Okay. When during the time they were registering, we had an information that this beavers machine, I'm telling you, that this beavers machine does not have capacity to count 90 million votes INEC was projecting. In America, where some of these machines are being used, they are not used all over America. They are used in states, different states that may use, especially those. This BVAS machine has no capacity. Never in the history of BVAS machine have that machine been able to count. The maximum capacity is 30 million. When it gets to 26 million, that is like they won't go up to 30 million so that the machine doesn't break down. You know that. Highest will be 26 million. Go and check the Nigerian voting. It was around that 26 million. Every other vote from everywhere is dumped. This is called dumped vote. Now it has failed. Now in Imo State that they're supposed to use the BVAS now, they tell you they are going to do it manual. Where they will write results, intimidate people. And many of our people knows this. Even this Ebukobi I am talking about now, do you know that Ebukobi is from Osu local government? Or Ebuka Obi is from Osu. The place all this criminality is happening. The place where they are killing our people. The election is coming. Both of them have said in talk, tell me he's a good man. Indirectly trying to promote people in also that most of them have killed. That is what that guy called himself. And he's going to be confrontational. Let people kill people again in that place. Because we will also hear from us, because it is people like them that are supporting all this evil. The IPOB will not be directed what to do. Now, it is too early. We may shock them 48 hours to the election. We will see what we are going to do.
There's something I want to steer to another direction now before the lines, because I think that today the lines will be open so that people will be calling in order to ask questions and give their views. But there's something you talk about illegal immigration the other time.
Yes.
About how France and some politicians or of maybe ECOWAS capacity or others, or African Union capacity, are also aiding and abetting of this illegal immigration where people are dying, which is a multi-billion-dollar business in Africa. Please go on, talk about it.
Mazi, I will give, I'm not going to go deep.
It's 10
because it's a
o'clock,
very sensitive issue. But I want to let our people, you know why I'm saying this, because of this issue. When you were promising for people, you know, all these guys, when the politicians, I'm telling you, that is one of the problem also Europe is having against Nigerians, that who are founding themselves. Most times, majority of the people in Europe, or even not, let me not say majority, not majority anyway. So if you have 10% poison, you put it in 90% water, it will kill the 90%. Most of these guys, most of them are thugs, militias, cult members. And when the politicians use them and they finish, like you see now in Imo State, some of the people in Imo State, they are being sent out. And I can tell you, there was somebody, he faked his death. Let me say it on the air. They call him Ntiwa. Everybody remember Ntiwa? Ntiwa was used where Ntiwa become an insider. The time they said Ntiwa was killed, Ntiwa was not killed. But in that particular place, it was all his men. He gathered some of them. It was a connection. They came there, they said, he is the only one. They saved him. But they massacred the remaining 9 people. Ntiwa. That is how they fake his death. And this death he faked and joined in the Bugado side and start covering his face. But he knows sooner or later, now they paid him, he's out from Ondo, hiding in one West African state. We know. Ntiwa is now hiding in one of the West African states. But they fake his death when they kill other people. Do you hear them talk about it? This is IPOD. We have every detail. Unless we don't want the information, we just let it go. Why I am saying this, you see now, they put up that criminal in that particular country. He became a connector for them. They will tell him joy, they give him connections of people who want to run away. We have many of them who have run. We have. They are running. Some already heading Libya. If not because of this problem. Some of them already were heading Libya. Mazi, these politicians and some of these court members, after using them to cause havoc in Nigeria, some of them who are lucky to be saved, who the hit may be so much, they are part of the group that they send out. They tell them, leave the country for now. Because that is what they used to promise them. You see that boy they call Ejima, that was what they promised to send Ejima out of the country. They promised him 15 million naira, that they will send him out of the country. Most of you don't know. That is why he went and surrendered. They promised him 15 million naira. The DSS promised him 15 million naira. Let him surrender. They will give him passport to leave the country. Through what did they call him? He guaranteed him. He go and surrender himself to take 15 million naira and passport to leave the country. After he had followed them committing crime. Now, when many of them move, the illegal immigration from West Africa down to Cameroon, to Ethiopia, South Sudan, Central Africa, is being controlled by a militia group sponsored by Moussa Faki of the African Union, who is a French puppet. The commander of these militia groups is General Bahed. He controls, I think I mentioned it very correctly. Let me mention it very correctly. It's a general of the Tuareg or Arab distinct in that area. But maybe I can put up the name very correctly, but it's an Arabic name. He is the one who is in charge of this area. The same militia group was the people that had confrontation with Idris Deby. They are the militia group that killed Idris Deby. The French knows about them. That's why nobody talk how they killed the president of Chad, Idris Deby. Did anybody talk about it? Did you see any brouhaha? Did you see any news happen? No. Because they found out that Idris Deby is becoming so anti-France. It is their advisors also who you remember Idris Deby one time followed the Chadian people come there fighting Boko Haram in Nigerian area. Idris Deby. They push him and he go towards that side. Mohammed Faki, militia group, killed him. The problem want to rise from Chad because this is immigration routes. They are the one who control. This group now have divided Sudan. The Darfur region and part of Chad, Darfur region and part of Niger. They control this axis. Now, every immigration, all this illegal immigration, that is why you see some of our people may be traveling that desert. When they move, another group of militia will catch them, tell them to call for money. From Nigeria, they kidnap them and keep and make their own money. Most times, some of them are transferred to, when they take money, they send them to move to another place. Another people will hold them. Sometimes they allow them to come, they will catch all of them, put in a place, everybody. And those who are doing those things, our people, some of these boys that were pushed out from Nigeria, that is the job they do in those areas till Libya. That is the kind of jobs they do. They maltreat their own people because already at home they are heartless, what do you call them? Heartless animals. They execute the same behavior towards their own people. Now, Mazi, the illegal immigration entering Italy, it is something you have to know that French and some European countries, you see French and Italy, since this president, they are having problem. And why are they pushing it aside? Because I asked this question last time. I said, Mazi, the America claims they have satellites. Europeans claim they have satellites. They monitor everything. They have the drone technology. America have $100 million base in Niger, drone base. They are monitoring pipeline. They say they are monitoring. Are they not seeing these migrants going through that desert to Libya? Don't they see them? Is that what you are telling me? That they are drones that are monitoring? They say they are monitoring. What do they call it? Terrorists from the ISIS coming in, but they are seeing the people. They are seeing thousands of people moving from the south like this, going to the north, to Libya, till they will cross the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, into Italy, to Lampedusa. People paid. France is using it to punish Italy. Because according to the UN Convention, the first point of arrival for every first point of arrival for every migrant is where you will get your asylum status. That is where you must get your asylum status. That is why Britain is having problem to send migrants from Britain now to Rwanda, because it contravenes the United Nations status on asylum seekers. People will come by ship and enter London. You don't want to give them paper. You want to send them to Rwanda. It contravenes the international law, the United Nations Asylum Convention. That is what you have to know. So now they are putting pressure on Italy. And this business, think about how the Mexican drug laws used to push migrants underground or drugs. Have you forgotten some years back that they were having a tunnel from Mexico to America? That to cross the tunnel is like $1,000 or $2,000 coming out somewhere in Texas or anyhow. Mazi, this is the same way they run the business, and it is run by top. Some northern politicians, northern emirs are benefiting from this. When you see people that we move from here to Castina or Kanu, then we go to Agadez, we move them. People are controlling these places. Have you ever seen where the politicians come about to talk about upon the suffering, the death, the killing, everything Nigerian youths are passing through to go to Libya? For how many decades the stories are out there? Have you ever seen a Nigerian politician condemning that? Have they ever had a convention to talk about how to stop illegal immigration from Nigerian youths? Have you ever seen that? They will tell you nothing. Therefore, trafficking for all this. What are they doing? They don't do anything. They see people moving. Till they get to Libya, they will cross. They will go with balloons, boats. And does it mean the satellite don't see them? They dump them in Italy. They dump them in Italy because they want to dislodge. They want Italy to face it. The people don't go like that from Spain route. I'm telling you, they kill them. They used to kill them on the sea. Nobody talk about it. It's only in Italy they used to arrive successfully, because Italy have an opposition party that is using this immigration to threaten, you did immigrations by immigrants like this, you did like this, you did. The government became careful in handling the issue, and they continue trooping it. Do you think that the 4,000 people, all of them, he will send them to Europe? Some he will fulfill their promises by sending them by road. Those who know how to smuggle people, they will come. He will give some people the money, take them to Libya to Europe. Mazi, these leaders, They know about the illegal immigration. It is a weapon being used against Italy by the French. It is a very big weapon being, you see it slowing down now is because of the problem in the Sahel region. But this militia group of General Paquet, or what? This militia group have controlled. They have their route. They have their route. And they are not being disturbed. Mazi, let me tell you something. If you go to Central Africa, Francis Bozis is controlling the whole of that route to charge for this movement by what they call it, this Liberation Army of Joseph Kony. They are all controlling those areas and move towards. It's a business, and that nobody will stop it. And Nigerians are one of the biggest contributors, pushing youths going to die in the Atlantic Ocean, in the desert. You heard, there was a song one boy from Edo sang. Very interesting and educative music, where they are 48. What he's saying is a life experience. 48, only 5 people arrived. They moved, 48 of them traveled. 48 Nigerian youths traveled to, hoping to go to Europe. But only 5 people arrived in Libya. That means 42 dead. Mazi, I could remember years back. I came home, an elderly man asked me that it is over 10 years his son went abroad through Libya. He has never heard from him. He has never called telephone. He has never contacted. He asked me, did you see Okechukwu, my son? I told him, where is Okechukwu? He said he know that he traveled abroad through Libya. He think Alabeke, Obodo Igbo is just one place. Sometimes, like we see the Westerners or some people in America, you ask them, they think Africa is one country. Also in our place, some people think Obodo Igbo is just one place. That Obodo Igbo is just one particular place. The man asked me that. When I realized he said he went through Libya, he heard he went through Libya, I know that the born might have not succeeded. Mazi, it is a very big healing route for our youths. For most of the people they use, committed all kind of things. I don't want to talk about the role the cult is playing over there, also because they are the one contributing so much. But those things, some information are being kept for record purposes because you don't say everything on social media. It won't be a social media subject because it's a very serious issue, Mazi. And I will leave it here until next time. Thank you, Mazi Chineke.
There, Mazi, I think we are now going to take a few breaks. I don't know. So that when we come back, the lines will be open. But before that, let me ask in conclusion, so what, how is our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? What is happening? Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me? I don't know. Mazi Nasa, are you still there? Are you there? What is happening with your line? Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me? I think he's having problem. Maybe interception or disturbance of the line by calls or anything. But just I want us to talk about our leader's situation. Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me? Mazi Nasa, can you hear me? Chinekele.
So sorry, it's not from you.
I know it's not from me. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
So
I'm trying to.
yeah, it's okay. So before I quickly remember before I open the lines or we go into a few minutes break, please. I want us to talk. I want you to talk about the situation of Onyendu and the siblings are still. What is happening around him and what is going on. So because people also would like to know, please, before we go into break, a few minutes break, please, Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi, there is nothing much on the Onyendu issue for now. Last time when I was on radio, I clarified certain things. It's not an issue we discuss on a regular basis. But one thing we have to know is that as Onyendu is there, a lot of things are going on. There are things that will not be made public. There are things, if need be, to clarify, it will be done. But I'm very, very sure that the DSS, we tried what information we have to make sure the medical issue, the procedures are being taken care of, that it is going as the courts have said it or ruled it. That is the most important thing. For now, that is the issue that is happening around, to make sure that the way the court says he will be taking his medical treatment or checkups, that is the way things will be. And so far, from what is going on, the lawyers are making sure that that procedure is not being altered, and it is being carried out in the same way. So we are looking forward, they say 15th December, we are looking forward on that day. But irrespective that we are looking on that day, the leadership is not relenting in their moves to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is free. It is a fight that everybody, we are not hoping on them, because one thing the Afghans are supposed to know, this is Nigeria. And many of our people are forgetting those in power. They are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because they consider Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as their enemy. His core enemies are in power. They are not holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because the courts have already said he should be let go. But they are not letting him go because of the hatred they have against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are not letting him go because they see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a threat against their evils. Is it against Tinubu? You forgot that yes of Mike is in power. Dave Umahi, who caused all kind of killing, who sold, bought over, and tried to create another IPOB inside IPOB. They are all there, working to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, advising Nigerian government to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not released. That I have Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the Afra referendum will be carried out.
I will now go, or we shall go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, our lines will be open so that people will start calling. Please, do not go away. Remember, this is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Do not go away. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
is a country in the east. The people have terrorized the sun, so blessed and blessed. People rich with culture, people rich with history. People so industrious, so industrious. Umuchuku kanibu. We are hated for who we are, for where we come from. I pray that you'll understand. We are fighting our freedom. We are fighting for everyone. We are fighting our just cause. We are fighting for that land. We are hated for who we are, for where we come from. I pray I will understand. We are fighting for our freedom. I'm proud to show I know this.
Happening right now in Lekki, my people, make una see wetin dey happen for Lekki o. Omo, if any of your family member dey for Lekki, call that person to check on that person to know how that person is doing, because Lagos state government don demolish it.
This is too much. Oh my God. If I give you 140 million naira cash to take to your senatorial district, won't your people benefit from it?
Let me tell you, sure. I don't want to go personal. I don't want to go personal. That same vehicle that you're talking of, before coming to the National Assembly, I have vehicle that I have. You got that?
But this is Nigerian money.
So,
Nigeria does not have money at the moment. So 26 point something inflation rate, with over 34% of Nigerians unemployed,
we supposed
with over 134 million Nigerians multidimensionally poor. Is it sensitive that those who are supposed to represent the people go to Abuja and lavish themselves with luxury vehicle? Is that sensitive, Senator?
are we supposed to do our oversight function trekking or going without vehicles?
Maybe you could have considered more cheaper vehicles to get the job done. Maybe a car, maybe a sedan.
If I travel to,
Maybe a 25 million naira worth of sedan might do the job.
if I travel to my constituency with a car now, by the time I go 3-4 times, you know Nigerian roads.
Is that not an indictment on you, those of you who are in power?
Now what?
Those of you who are leaders in Nigeria today, is that not an indictment? And we have bad roads in the state, in your local government, in the senatorial district. Is that not an indictment on those of you who are in power?
It's a discussion for another day. You see the level.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mars Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 29th day of October 2023. I am still here with Mars China Sanworu, a member of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra. Our lines are now open. Our lines are now open, and our direct line, as usual, is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us now and give us your view or your question, any question you have concerning anything about this struggle. But narrow it down, please, to maximum 3 or 4 minutes maximum, so that we can take as much calls as we could within this short space of time. I have callers already lined up. I have a caller. The first caller is from WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, once again, please. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. You are online. Can you hear me? Go straight to your question or submission. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. Please, when you are trying to call, make go on, please. Try to be prepared. Go on, please. Go on. No. We don't want to start left-handed with left hand, please. Go and take charge of your connectivity. Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on, please go on. Direct to your point. Go straight to your point.
Okay. When you are trying
please, can you go out of I don't know. Please, it is frustrating to be having distractions when call. Before you prepare to come, before you want to call, be prepared. Do not bring negative energy, please. When you call, remove your gadget, Bluetooth, earpiece, anything, remove it. If you are listening to a radio, now when you call, please move away from the radio, from the listening device, please, so that everything will be smooth. Mazen Namdekano have been shouting on this for more than 10 years. Till today, we are still making the same mistake. It is highly absurd. Caller on signal, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Yes, hold on. I didn't branch you. Hold on. Just 1 second. Yes, you can go on now, please. Go on.
Okay, thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Our leader on board, Mazi Jonathan, greetings.
It's 2029.
We are friends and lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Bona.
Mazinas, I hope you are listening. I hope you are hearing.
Yeah, Mazi, I'm here. I'm hearing. I'm listening to him.
Okay, go on, caller. Go on, caller on signal. Go on.
Okay, thank you. Without wasting much time, I will just dive into the question. I know my job, but I have 2 questions to ask. Number 1 is concerning the victory that came out from Enugu High Court. From the High Court in Enugu a few days back, where they annulled the illegal prosecution of IPOB in Nigeria. We know here that IPOB is not a terrorist organization. They went through the back door to obtain a power to prescribe IPOB, but today a court in Enugu has prescribed IPOB, so IPOB is no longer termed as any terrorist organization in Nigeria. Now, my question is, what is the leadership, will be the leadership action towards those media houses and all those mischief makers that will always want to use the name of IPOB in their media as a prescribed organization? I want the leadership to speak on that one. That is one. And number 2, I know the leadership are doing a great job, and their job, we are feeling it on the ground. I give kudos to them. Now, how can they include in their agendas the mental health of our younger generation? Those are our children that are in nursery primary school. What are the modalities in checkmating what they take in? so much influence of through education, religion, we have been indoctrinated that we lose the way of our ancestors. We have practically deprived ourselves from what is the core value of our culture and system. Now, coming from a school, because we know that this thing has been going on, a primary school, secondary school in Igbo, in Biafra land, putting a law that an Igbo child should not speak Igbo language in a school. This is mental slavery. So this is what they did to us. Me as a child, when I was in school, I paid sometimes 100 naira, 50 naira because I spoke my dialect. So it now makes us feel as if our dialect is not important. So what is the mechanism the leadership is putting in place to checkmate some of these excesses that are beginning to, they are bringing in our land that they cannot do in the Yoruba land or the northern land, but in our land they have used this thing to make our people begin to hate themselves and their culture and customs. Mazi, please, if you can touch on this, I'll be glad. And that's my question. Thank you.
There were Mazi. Mazi Chinasa, please, over to you.
Yes, Mazi Mbewo, let me pick up his first question. Mazi, number one, I have said this thing on many occasions. This leadership will always tell our people the truth. We are not going to deceive or make our people feel happy. And in that process, anything that might happen, it will be on the head of the leadership. So far, we heard the judgment in Enugu. And I don't want to make much comment on it because up till now, the leadership is not yet in position of the judgment. We do not have a copy of the judgment because most times when judgment of this magnitude is being given out, we do not just talk by talking sake. We want to see the document and got it interpreted before we go out there to tell our people. But I'm using this opportunity to tell our people to be very, very careful so that it won't be a trap. These are my reasons. Every one of us knew very well proscription of a movement like an IPOB is done by the federal government of Nigeria. That is one thing everybody has to know. It is in the powers of the Nigerian government that proscribes IPOB. Now, this case was being, a motion was going to be struck out against proscription of IPOB in the High Court. It has been done 2 times, and the case were all struck out in the Federal High Court. Now, when the case was struck out, this case was taken to the Appeal Court. Now, there are things we want to understand from the judgment. You know, the Nigerian governors, the Southeast governors, came and proscribed IPOB 2 days or 3 days before the Nigerian government proscribed us. It was just an oral proscription. There was no law they were using to back it up, but they just proscribed us. They came unanimously and agreed they will proscribe IPOB, which is the way the government, that is the tactics of the Nigerian government. When the governors proscribed us, the government came out now and said, you are now a terrorist. They use it legally. So when we get the judgment, we will know if it is the proscription of the governors. Are you understanding me? If it is the one that was annulled because they proscribed us by mouth, because the case is already in appeal court. We needed them to interpret this very well to us so that we can go out there to defend what is happening. We don't want a situation where we deceive our people that IPOB have been deproscribed. Because already we are having pressure. People say now IPOB have been deproscribed. We are going to go out to march. We are going to go and make protests in Biafra land. We don't want this kind of case so that people don't go out there and people are being massacred again and the people will use it against the leadership. I'm making it very clear. I will ask and urge everybody to be patient. Let us get this judgment. We understand it, and IPOB will make it very open. Officially, we will say IPOB have been deproscribed. Notwithstanding, the judgment got from Enugu, it is a welcome development. It shows there are people also who understand. What we are saying is this. Let us understand that document, because we know that a junior court, a state court cannot handle a federal high court case. That is already. Everybody saw Ejimako last time in the appeal court. That was in 17th of October. The case supposed to be heard in appeal court, and it was not heard. Then a judgment was given in Enugu State High Court. So I urge every Biafrans to just exercise patience, let the leadership or through the lawyers, or we get the copy of the judgment. It can be, because we are in a very sensitive period. We don't want to mislead people. We don't want people to fall into a trap. Maybe people go out there that there are no more terrorist groups. People will be moved down and it will be turned back on the IPOB leadership. But notwithstanding, generally, the judgment is a welcome development. But we have to look at it in such a way to make sure, because Nigeria is a trickish government. They are devilish in their plans. They have things they are using. So I will tell you, my brother, just have patience with this. When we get the judgment, the radio host, all of them, we have the copy, so they can be able to educate our people and tell them and read the judgment for our people to understand. Thank you, Maze, for that particular question. Then secondly, Maze, I cannot tell you we are in a position now to set it up. But what we know on the mental health of our people. But what I understand is that, like I said it at the beginning of this program, there are many of our people, every job will not be done by IPOB. Parents are listening to this Radio Biafra. Teachers are listening to this Radio Biafra. Principals, schools teachers, lecturers, pastors, all the people that are teaching, having one way or the other communicating with our children, they listen to these radio programs. Discussions goes on in families, in schools. We might not say now we have set up policies that will affect the people. We have not gotten there yet, but we will get there. The moment we are sure your Biafra land is under our control, and we have people who understand the ideology and vision for IPOB. You know what is happening in Biafra land is some of these governors, I don't blame them. If they show show interest, they know what we are talking about. When they do it, their enemies who hate the Biafra struggle will label them. You know, the biggest accusation you can lay against a politician now, a governor, or anybody who is sympathetic to what we are doing is to call him that he's supporting IPOB. Then Abuja will come for him. That is the same. Families. If your brother want to blackmail you now, he will go and tell this guy is IPOB. They come for you. So even if there are policies, even if there are things that we want to be, or we pass the information, you don't expect it that the credit might be given to IPOB at this particular time. But what we are saying is this. People knows what we are preaching. People knows what it is left for our people. When they understand the ideology, it is meant for the betterment of our society. We expect independent people. We expect people to pick up some topics and drive on. I will not. I won't come and we praise our people, then we lose track. We see some of our brothers, what they do on social media, trying to bring just, they are not telling you people, but they want to correct wrong impressions. Imagine even that boy they call Ike Chukwu, or Ike, he says it's Ike Chukwu, trying to twist rubbish. You see him saying, Abo is not this thing, talking rubbish. And people are teaching them. Our elders don't care. Our elders did us wrong, to be frank. Most of them, they abandon their children. They abandon their generation. None of them can open their mouth and tell you, only few people. Accurate information, what happened. Accurate information, how our people are being destroyed. None of them is eager. None of them is ready to do that. And those who fought the war, who knew how all these things happened, most of them are gone. Some of them that even say the history, some of them they destroy it. So, Mazi, for the mental health of our children, as we continue to teach, because the first knowledge is passed down from parents. That is the first place. Education is from the parents first, before it goes down to the school. So we urge our people, first we do the awareness, and we encourage also people who are doing a very good job, where only us cannot do the job. We even encourage, let them learn something from us and take the message down. We are not the one going to, it's just like a Coca-Cola company. You produce, people will come from the village to pick it and go. They don't even know, but they know somebody have come and take this product and get it to where it's supposed to be. That is what we're expecting. As we preach, educate our people, let us teach our people what is value system. Not all about money. For how many years? For all our life, money, you will meet up, you will do this. It hasn't gone that way. We lose our culture, we lose our way of life. If not IPOB during this period, can promote our traditional clothes. Remember that Mazi is there. Remember that even look at our people. If not IPOB, look at our people. You talk about language. Today, many of our people, nobody is being addressed as Mr. Mazi has become the word. And what we have to also try to, it is from the basic things. This good morning, things start from little. Good morning. Nobody remembers to say Utoto Oma. Nobody remembers to Isalachi. Nobody remembers in instead, you see the foolish ones, what they are picking up. When you talk, they say, it's the same religion we're talking. Shalom. And indeed, which one is your tongue? Why promoting, jumping from another language to another people's language? What is the problem of saying Ndewo? It is a 5-letter word. Shalom is a 5-letter word. Why don't you say that one that is your local one? You will see somebody, because shalom. For what reason? Why are you replacing another colonial master with another one? We are talking about going back to where we come from. These little things will make a difference. That people wake up in the morning. Look, I saw one of our brothers who is doing someone in Igbo. You see simple Igbo words. Grown-up people, students, they don't even know. They don't know. So these are the things we are saying. People are coming out. The consciousness is there, and we have to continue to promote. We are not going to do that because IPOB have a lot. We are trying to. If not IPOB, we would be, even you will talk about this. We think that it is normal to speak English, change your name. By now, even that's our traditional clothes. Nobody will be wearing it. Because it went to a point, even pastors are condemning our traditional caps. That is no cap. That was they started started to condemn even cola nut. They condemn everything. So, Mazi, we are doing our best, even though our best is not because of what our major target for IPOB is the restoration of Biafra. We know when we restore Biafra, most of these things will be corrected, and we know. But while we are waiting to restore Biafra, we are also doing justice. We are educating our people, enlightening our people to understand that for us to get there, that originality, what belongs to us, we must make sure we maintain it. And that is the only way we can be able to beat our chest and say, indeed, we have done enough for our people.
There were. I hope our brother got it clear. I have a caller also on, let me see, on WhatsApp. Yes. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. You have been there since 17 minutes, almost. Go on direct to your either question or submission, please. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Please go on.
With the recent happenings around, we can see that prior to post-election court cases, Omoyele Sowore said, I cannot take my case to a court that brought in somebody from number 4 to number 1. Yusuf Dati and some others said they have no faith in the Nigerian judiciary. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Mazi, go on. Don't listen to yourself. I don't know what is happening. Go on, please. You are listening to yourself. Go on. Go on.
Yusuf Dati said they do not have faith in Nigerian judiciary. And so the case was heard a few days ago and conclusion reached. We can see that they have moved full blown on technicalities. There is assistance from what that Joe said yesterday, one of the members of the Supreme Court, that judiciary has failed from where he met it. It's not the same way it is. So what can we tell Biafrans regarding what we are hoping for on the 15th of December? Positive or negative? Because a lot of persons are fond of putting all their hope on something. And whenever that hope is dashed, sometimes some people cannot control their emotions. Some people can even go and commit suicide and all the rest. So what can we tell Biafrans regarding 15th of December, which we see as the last date that it should be for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu being kept in DSS dungeon? That's number one. The second thing I want to ask is regarding the textbook that talked about gay, that taught gay, which Kano State government detected, and the one that Yoruba people published to continue their teaching of hate against the Igbos from generation upon generation. How far have we gone about these two books? Have we banned them across the Biafra land, or are we still waiting for the government to take their own action on them? So this is the two questions I want to ask.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mazi. Although you didn't introduce yourself, you asked a very pertinent question. Mazi Chinasa, please.
Yes. Yeah, Mazi, thank you so much. Mazi, I have this first question is about what are we expecting on 15th of December. Mazi, because the Nigerian judiciary, like you say, they are full of cooking technicalities. They will cook hearsay, they have nobody believe in them. Nobody respect them. People are the judiciary now is like the military. No is being given to anybody. The justice coming out from Supreme Court is who pays high. Justice will be given to that person. And you found out what they will use those who are at the verge of retirement and execute some judgment. And tomorrow they leave. There is nothing you can do to him. He's at the, maybe remain them 2 months to retire. They will use them and issue that and pay them off. They have it stands. For me, according to them, they say the Supreme Court always have 90 days to give their judgment on issues, maximum of 90 days. Now, if you calculate from 5th October to November, which is 1 month, Mas, am I right? When was the last time we went to that court? That was 5th October, right? 5th October. Then if you calculate 5th October to 4th of November or 5th November, okay, 4th November, that is 1 month. You go against like me and some members of the leadership who have this information. We already prepare our mind because we know these people, they can do undo. That day they may tell you on 15th we are shifting it again to January. Notwithstanding, the leadership has moved on, but whether positive or negative, we have set up in motion other machineries to continue to pressurize Nigerian government to let our leader go free. We are not only waiting on one channel. Besides, it's not the court that is holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is the Nigerian government. So, appeal court say, let him go. Discharge and acquitted. The appeal court said, do not bring this man to any court again. Do not try him in any court again. Did Nigeria respect that? No. On 15th, they may decide to postpone. They may decide to delay. You don't know what they are cooking before 15th. They may decide to set up the rubbish, and they tell you because of that, it has jeopardized this case. Is very, very important. That what we are fighting for is for a freedom. Yes, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in their hand, but our effort is what will help Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out from detention. And because many of his enemies are the ones in power. And it's our duty to fight them from all angles, internationally, locally, and otherwise. And the leadership is putting up those machineries. They coming out, most of the things the leadership would have implemented. Had it been they started implementing it at that time, these criminals that were rampaging the whole of Southeast, it will affect those policies or those plans. Because their plan was at that time they have hijacked. That's why you see them shouting, making noise. Oh, they are the one in charge. We are looking at them. The only thing is we isolate them with information. They start to misbehave. People now understood that these guys are clowns. I'm happy one professor in the US said, these guys are clowns. So, Mazi, we are not expecting, as long as you are dealing with the devil, you don't expect anything. That's why we say we must learn to take up surprises. Anything that comes that day, we march on. If they release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if the Supreme Court said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be let go and he's being released, that is fine and good. If they say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they are not ruling that day, we continue to fight. One thing is that go up, down, we are there. Anything they try to do, we are there. The pressure will continue internationally, locally, and in any angle we know, we will disgrace them. they will regret for holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I know which they are regretting. But one thing is that emotions our people used to have is what have destroyed many of them. Because they are expecting people fighting for freedom is thinking that it is when you talk, it happened. You are dealing with your enemies, those who hate you, even where you step in, they hate you. So when you are fighting them, you have to triple your efforts, you triple your anger against them, and make sure you get to what you want. It is Biafra or death. And secondly, your second question you talk about is a very, very important question. Mazi, that book, I can tell you, there are people already, the leadership have set out to check wherever we will see those books in any bookshop in Biafra land. Because anything we are doing, we must understand that we can do those things in our own territory. That is where those things, we can be able to implement certain things. And so far, we heard that also the book is now having some controversial issues, which the writer, the author, is saying that it was a research he got on Google. That is where is the only source of his information, and people are seriously opposing him. But notwithstanding, we have already informed some people to watch out, check for us in the bookshops if there are people selling those books. And also, we can't say, because we don't want the enemies to take advantage. There are certain things we can pronounce on air. You find out they will go, the politicians will want to go to do something so that they say, oh, do you see IPO? We did not ask anybody, because we would have said, but we have set up a mechanism how we can check inside the schools, whether the schools get those books and distribute to people, to the people. Because if we make any pronouncement on it, you see what those criminals did that time. They go to the school, start beating people, which is against what we are doing, because these are the people we are fighting for. So, but for bookshops, we have people already checking for us, and we already informed them. Then, for the ones of schools, we're also making it on radio, because we are not going to talk. But when if we found any principal or any teacher, we got information. We have a way we get our information that he's distributing such book in the school. Definitely we will have problem with the principal, not with the principal or the educational director in the state who is making sure that people are getting those books. We don't need to go to the school. These children don't have anything to do. The parents are listening, the teachers are listening, the principals are listening. If such books that degrades our people, call our people invaders and troublemakers, are brought into their school, and they cannot discern what that thing means, that means they're not worthy to be teachers, and they're not worthy to be principals. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me, please? Welcome to the program.
Loud.
There were.
Yes, my name is Jude Kafo. Jude Kafo is from Ado. Ado is in Anioma. Anioma is in Biafra land. And Anioma people are Igbo people 100%. Thank you very much for answering a lot of questions tonight. But I have a very big question I want to ask. And because the elders of Ikaland, we talked about this issue yesterday, and they want me to ask you, because they say they'll be hearing from Radio Biafra, they want to keep the record straight. They want to know if Ikonomikodo is the key that open the key, or the key that will bring Biafra. That is number one question they want to know. And the second question, they want to know from the leadership because they are listening.
Sorry, the second question, you say they want to know the what of Igbo land, the what?
They say they want to know.
Huh?
They want to know that they want the Igbo tribe to be united.
Okay, unification. Okay, thank you.
Because Igwe, Wike.
Okay. Now, just...
Mazi, let me come. The first question is they want to know if Igodo is the key to unlock Biafra, or Biafra is the key to unlock Igodo. Am I right?
Listening to you, Mazi Benokafo.
Yes, Mazi. They want to know if Igodo open the key, or the key that will make us get Biafra. They want to know.
Okay, thank you so much. Mazi, I will go to the second question first, before I come to Igodo, the way you asked that question. Mazi, you will give me your number after this. We will connect you with some people who will sit with these people, because this kind of issue, there are people who don't want the unification of Igbo land. And that is what people like Ohanese are supposed to be doing. So, thank you, Kokikadia, that people are coming up. So, what I will do is give me your number. We will connect some people to you. Those who will go, and the awareness and the programs. There are people already doing a very good job. And those things, if there are things they would like us to do also, because we take every advice on board. IPOB will be 100% in support of it to improve our relationship with our brothers across the Niger. We don't come for handshake across the Niger. No. We come for unification, not handshake. Because our people are living across. Nobody can tell us who is our brother. Nobody. They continue to divide us, we know. And I'm happy that many of our people now are confronting. They are confronting the false teaching. I have seen people on social media clarifying on this issue of Ezechima. And those things, for me, I encourage them, and the IPU leadership, we encourage them. We ask people to go out there, do some jobs. But this particular issue of the Ika elders, if there are people we need to get in touch with, we will send people who will go on ground, and they will promote things that will bring unification between the hinterland and those across the Niger. That is number one. Mazi, I do not know the depth or in a profile way whether Igodo is the key to open Biafra, or Biafra is the key to open Igodo. Somebody like me, I believe in spirituality, I believe also in reality. Like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, that the boundaries for Biafra land is well defined by our own value system. The way we look, our dressing, our mother's title wrapper, our market days, our festivals, cultural dance. The moment we bring all these things together, we understand who we are and do the necessary job, because why we do not want to attach ourselves on this particular thing is what will give us Biafra, because the hands holding Biafra is more than what you are thinking. Whether Igodo, If Igodo is wearing, women are tying two wrappers. The only thing we will say is, have we created that awareness for them to understand who they are? If there is any important role Igodo have to play, the people of Igodo have to play. This leadership is ready to take it to that level. They are ready. This leadership is ready to understand, is there anything that concerns Igodo? But one thing we believe is that those holding us down is holding us down because of our natural resources and the human, let me say, what God has given to us and the type of people we are. We are being held down by external forces and not by, of course, external forces have turned around our brothers, our neighbors, not even that side. The people holding Biafra also, holding are some of the Igbo hardcore politicians who are hell-bent. Because you know the coming of Biafra is the change of power, it's a change of new world order also. It will contribute. All those people running around will never play any major role. Of course, like the time for the slave trade, when they want to stop slave trade, many of our people fought. No, you can't stop this business. The middlemen, when even the white men want to come inside and buy, they fought them. They don't want the middlemen to come and interrupt their business because of their commissions. Because they are the one the slaves come to them and then they will sell to the white man. Everything you want to do in life, there are forces that will confront you. If Igodo is a force, if we are being explained, and that is what they are saying, I would like somebody to educate me more on what pertaining to Igodo, the role they need to play. Let me tell you, there are informations that what stops Biafra from coming. Maybe in future the leadership may publish such issues and educate our people. Because there are people who are still alive who fought the Biafran civil war. They have more information. And we hope one day this generation will understand it. It's because the more we explore to understand what has stopped us, we will also know if Igodo is one of the factors that is delaying the restoration of Biafra, or that we need to unify those our brothers, and if there are things, we need consultations. What we are doing is things that we are not all knowing and all informed. The leadership of IPOB and IPOB have come this far because in most cases we do ask people what we don't know. We do get advice from one place to another. And as you have raised this issue of Igodo, I think I will go personally look deep into it. Is it one of the factors holding us? Or is it a factor or something that we need to put right? Or if there are things to do, we will do that. That is one thing I will tell you. And if there is any other thing any of my member or colleague have on Igodo, please feel free to offer me those things. We will go through. And if any place to make amendment, we are going to do that. Thank
you.
Yes, thank you very much for your explanation to the extent that you know. Yesterday, my head has caught me, and I'm telling Biafrans in general and around the world, the tree that opened the tree is called Ugodi, not Igodo. And they go as far as telling me that these things are spiritual. You saw Daniel that was Igodo. holding hands. Because these things are spiritual. Biafra Barbara. You cannot put the kingdom together or else the ship will rock. And that is what has been rocking IPOB and this freedom. Thank you, Mazi. We took Abiyama, bless Biafrans around the world. For all of us to live long to see Biafra in our time, and our leader will be out in the name of Chukwu Okike Abiyama's name, I pray.
You say?
Thank you, Mazi.
There was Mazi. Mazi Chinaza, before I bring in people that I've lined up, there is an inbox. Somebody is asking every time they're talking about about the Igbo radio. What is happening in Igbo radio? Do you have anything to say about it?
Yes, Mazi. I think I spoke to the executives of Igbocha a couple of days back. I spoke to all the executives. They were in a meeting, and I spoke to them about the Igbocha radio. Igbocha radio is no more, the delay is not in the hands of the leadership. The delay is where this radio will be put, and they are seriously working on it. It is not something we come on air to talk, but I promise them the progress is going on, and soon Igbocha radio will be back on air. That is what I will say, because I spoke. They had a meeting on Friday, and I spoke to them, and I promised them, and they are listening. And some of them also, the people who are involved, they're also listening. We're just waiting for them. Anytime they say it's ready, then that is it. If we cannot, we can put it in a nearby state that will be transmitting directly to Igbocha. That is the second option. If they cannot be able to make it, then we can put it in any of the states behind, either any neighboring states, so it can be able to flow in from that state to Igbocha. It will be on air soon. It will be. Thank you.
There were Mazi. We are rounding up, gradually winding down. Caller on what's up? Caller from Moscow. Welcome to the program. Please off your listening device. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Can you off your listening device, please? Go on. There were Mazi.
Hello.
There were Mazi. Go on, please. Go on.
Hello.
Mazi, go on, please. Go on. Go on. The platform is yours. Go on.
Mazi Jonathan, I'm using this opportunity to thank you people. Mazi Chinasa, also our leader, Mazi Nandekal. My name is Mazi Chukwueze. On that 15th of December, if Supreme Court give order, say, they release Mazi Nandekal as to appeal court to ship new order. Nigeria DSM Japan Sage Elysia. What can IPP do, or what can we do for it? Number one.
Okay, Mazi, sorry.
My second
before
question
you
goes
enter,
like this.
Mazi,
People are there.
Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? I don't know whether you listened or when you start listening. I think this your first question has been answered. I don't know. It has been answered. Go on to your second question. Go on.
The second question is the awakening. The awakening of our brothers on social media now is very, very vibrant. And some people like us we just wake up newly now about our tradition. And we are going and start doing research. And sometimes I will get conflict because this person will be saying another thing. This person will be saying another. And if he
Mazi, are you still there? Your network. My goodness me. Mazi, we are cut off before due to connection problem. Just few seconds before. Go on, please.
Okay, I'm saying about the awakening of our original ordinal. Because many people are teaching. These people are teaching another thing. These people are teaching another thing. I want to just suggest that God them IPOP, our DOS, and where outside the mood I say with that only gonna what why because I went Kaima, I'm in our city, where Kaima, where the Kaima the church, why, and I wake off my slumbers.
Okay.
And something no and they are not corresponding. And the other make some people gonna and my suggestion or weekend when a person who teenage or the religion discussion on Saturday or weekend with one also gonna about our ordinal or minala, both not Igbo, both Igbo people all Biafrans outside Ghana when people gonna teach about our culture, trying outside because we are not at home. Any agana kushikaina motapan because of here Ghana online how Ghana research is different from what they are saying online. I am saying we don't know.
There were. Mazi Chinasa.
Yes, Mazi, thank you so much. My brother, your first question about if they don't release our leader, I have answered that question. It was part of my introductory message at the beginning, and I also answered it. I've answered someone here about it. The leadership is already, setting up their next move. In case, even if they release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on that day, we continue because after the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is everything over? We are pursuing referendum. We are pursuing the restoration of Biafra. Releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will only help to solidify and bring insecurity to a minimal point in our place, and we continue to march. That is what will happen if that thing happens on that particular day. Mazi, the issue, I do understand you, and especially on Ordinala. I'm very, very careful in coordinating this kind of things because of the way our Igbo people are behaving. Everybody, they take advantage of everything. I'm telling you the fact. Somehow I'm a little bit worried because we needed people. And what is causing this thing is because the elderly people that's supposed to take the center stage, they are not there. That's why you see some young boys, they just jump out from somewhere, start talking ordinala. There are no, I would suggest that these things, if those people that read about anthropology, read about, they know our histories, at least let there be some guidelines. It will help to educate people. It's time they can come up with that is the problem. That's why you see say every DB everywhere. Everybody in Igbo land the bakaji of Igbo. Everybody that say because of our nature, the way we behave. We do not like to be anything we don't like institutionalized things. Everybody you come out from your own cave, you do as you like. Every Saturday, Mazi Jonas is talking about religion. And Mazi Jonas, I will also urge you, if we can get people who knows about this ordinala. I've seen a couple of people who are talking, we can bring them on that particular program. This is not to talk about politics. or about IPOB issues, like how you do on Saturdays, bring them to educate. I've seen some young men who are doing very great in talking about this ordinary. Not anyhow people, they just come in, who do not have, people are now feeding on the ignorance of our people. Everybody who's only ordinary, everybody says a wine. Everybody's a whip. And they come out, they are making too much noise. In our last broadcast, we did a warning for them to be very, very careful. Countries develop. It is not those things they use and develop. Those things they are trying to keep everywhere bloody and all that. That is not what country use and develops. Not those things. What they are just bringing is trying to bring a different format from what the pastors have done to us. They are trying to bring it to con our people on that particular way. It is the same thing they want to do. So we must be very, very careful. We must be very, very careful. Mazi Chinedu is listening here, and I will not say find a different day, but I'm saying as you are doing that program, if you see those who are tested, we don't mind to invite them on this radio platform to come and teach about those particular things, ordinary. The things, I see one of our brothers is doing also very good, something, the voice of the sun. Or they are teaching about many things about our ordinary. And I encourage people, they can follow him, and you can. But one thing you have to understand is that the work of Radio Biafra, the motto of Radio Biafra is in defense for freedom. We have a goal. We do not want to lose focus on that particular thing we are pursuing, which is the freedom and the restoration of Biafra. We do not want to be carried away from our target. That's why we encourage people, as people are coming up, also do listen to them. There are people who are also doing great online, and you can follow them and be able to understand what you do not. I'm not asking you to follow anybody, because some of them you will see they are talking rubbish. Their basis, they are talking things that in the next 5 years or 6 years, they can't be able to maintain those things. Because it's just like, as every day they come out, Jesus died for you, Jesus died for you, Jesus died for you. He's coming back after 2,000 years. Many of us, I said, 2,000 years, it doesn't come, it doesn't end, it doesn't add another year, every year. And people will, this age, this generation, this is an age that knows, they are very inquisitive. Knowledge has become very fast. So anything somebody is doing, you must make sure you did it with all possible research and prove your things with facts, not by talking so that people feel very happy. That is the most important thing. Thank you, Maz.
There were. And before I bring because the next caller will be the last caller in this program, I want to add something on what he said. So if some people will be saying they are confused, or this and that on what is going on online, Mazi, we should also understand that this social media, it has many things, the good, the bad, and the ugly. With your brain as a human being, if you want to learn, you can learn even on social media. You only on YouTube, some people you become an expert on one profession. There are many other things in the same social media that are teaching wrong, fake things. But you know your target. That is what I want to also put there. You know your target. You know reality, real teaching when you see it. So, when you are craving, when you are thirsty of something, reality, you have to research for it. That is what I want to add. Because you shouldn't be listening all. There are some times, social media is so vast. You get everything there. Through social media, you can. Through social media, you will become ofeke. Anything you want to be, through social media, you get everywhere. Because this is infinite, as you say. We are 8 billion people. Billions of people are there, exhibiting anything they want to exhibit, because it's not restricted. So that is it. So the advice you gave is being taken. So let me bring the last caller. The caller on WhatsApp, I think you'll be the last caller. Oh, is he gone? I have the last caller. In the absence of that, I think because the caller was there before, but he's gone. So, Mazi, I think we'll be. Somebody also inboxed me, when you talk about the radio station, Igbo Radio, another person inboxed me about to ask about Abakaliki radio that have been off since 2 years or more than 2 years now. There was one time you talk about it, how Devomahi, destroyed or took it. So I don't know whether you have anything to say before we are winding down. Now from there you continue to your pattern shot. Your pattern shot, please. Abakaliki radio. Then you continue to your.
Also Abakaliki radio is already in the budget, and the people are trying to figure out the perfect place for the radio to come in. The same thing with Aba. They stole our things in Aba, and we are trying also to change location. That is one of the problems. But all those radios will come back. We are on them seriously. This is a fight. Sometimes we do not have all the things we need because it's a war. For those radios to speak in Biafra land, sometimes it's something people don't understand. Some of them they will do some unimaginable things. But it is not something we come on air to come and talk about. But we continue to fight. And I promise all those states, the radio is not fully covered. The leadership is not keeping silent. We are working on it, and we will make sure they will all work soon, especially Igbo. Anambra will be back on air soon. It's almost done. Imo, Belugu is there. Imo will be on. Abakaliki, that's a bonus state, will be on. We are working seriously. I can tell you, I don't want to talk much about it, but we are doing what we can to make sure. And those who knows the communication going on supposed to know better. That is where we do it. Mazi, in order not to take most of our time, I have only one announcement. This announcement is what I will use as my closing remark. Closing remark in the sense that it is a report. I have this report. I have spoken about this topic some years, I would say maybe a year ago. I have spoken about it, and I'm also going to clarify deeper into this particular subject. This is about a city, town in Anambra, Ibiasiegbe. On many occasions, Ibiasiegbe. Imo State, sorry, Mazi, in Imo State. Ibiasiegbe is in Imo State. They're neighboring towns with Anambra. You understand me? Yes. It's about Ibiasiegbe. Many things, if you can remember when the Bubago went to the community, pulled down the cameras, destroyed many things, captured many youths in that place. And the hope was of them, when people went to release them, because some of them, the youths, in that place that tried to electrify that community were youth. Some of them, they say they were IPOB members who wanted development in their communities. So some of these politicians were against them. They had nothing to do than to do what? To come together, try to attack IPOB members. They start to kill many of them. And there was a meeting they held. I want to make this now. We post this summary of this because it's long, but I will put it out there so that our people will know. Because it's still hope for them. They had this meeting since December 2022 in the home of one, they call him Izuchukwu Ibigwe. He was the one that hosted this meeting with the chairman of the village, Amadaba village, Victor Ibigwe, Benjamin Ibigwe, Orusa Oba Jekwe, Felix Ajakeze, Kenneth Ewuchioji, Uzomechina Nzekude, and the councillor of that particular place, Ikechukwu Wabara. Then Ikechukwu Ibegu and his boys from Oso, they are working with some guys in Oso. In this particular meeting, they specified people they said they must eliminate. Like Mazi Eric Nleta and the youth leader, Chigozie Ojichukwu. They claim that these guys are IPOB members. They promise there is nothing they did not promise those boys to make sure from also to make sure these guys were being killed. But one thing I'm saying this evening, all of them that are involved in all these plans, all the youth that are involved, and what are they doing? They are going to the extent any youth that did not follow up or do not support them in elimination of IPOB members in Ibia CMA, they will mark them for killing.
I'm sorry, somebody tried to...
Nation.
Yeah, go on, please. Go on.
So, why I'm saying, these are the people, in Uli, in particular, in Uli, they have 10 group of people whom they are using to eliminate IPOB members in that particular town.
Mazi, go on, please. Somebody is disturbing my line, please. That phone. Go on, Mazi. Go on. Mazi Nasa, can you hear me? I don't know. Yeah, let me bring, please, we must continue. I don't know when people will be calling different lines. I don't know. But we must continue. Let me bring back Mazi Nasa on his closing remark, please. Do not forget that we are still on Radio Biafra House of Service. Mazi Nasa, can you hear me, please? Somebody tried to disturb the phone. Yeah, go on, please.
I can hear you.
Go
The
on.
line went off.
Yes.
Okay. I will release the name of this 10-man hit squad being used to kill IPOB members. They are using some of the boys in Osuna pursuing IPOB members in these particular places. And one thing I want to say this evening, the IPOB intelligence team have been authorized from now on you have already their pictures, but it is their leaders that we are going to publish their pictures. Anywhere we found them, it will be blood for blood. Anywhere we get them, we must make sure that these men will not live because they have shed the blood of Biafrans in Ibiasewe more than we can even endure. And their sponsor is one Ojiako. He is the one sponsoring them in killing of IPOB members. From this night, AK is their main leader who publish his pictures and all the team he's using to kill IPOB people in Ibiasewe up to Buli. It is a time for revenge, and we shall do this revenge without looking back. Anywhere we get them out of Ibiasewe, within Imo State, in Anambra neighboring, the ESA have been given the command to make sure that we catch this man they call Eki and his team. Time has passed where they send you to pursue criminals and you turn around and become an eliminator of your own fellow brothers who did no harm against you, just that because they are IPOB members. We are not going to tolerate this from this night. We have the record of how you killed 5 IPOB members. And since we have found out that you are the one being used by these people to massacre our own people in Ibiasewe, it is time you pay for all the evil things you have done. Mazi Chinedu, I will stop here, but let me use this opportunity to advise Biafrans. I will make sure that I will be here also by next weekend. We must continue to preach this gospel. We will make sure, as I'm coming on air, we'll try to make sure other cities will be covered by the Radio Biafra. We will make sure that our people will continue to be in line. And I can tell you, I'm very, very impressed with what the Biafran Land Coordinator and his executives are doing on ground. The mobilization is huge. IPOB is intact. And I give them that kudos. If anybody tell you that IPOB is shaking, the person is a liar. These are all the Nigerian agents, all the people, because I'm telling you what I know and what the leadership knows. Our people are heavily intact in Biafra land. When you see them, you will see the dedication. You will see that Biafrans are still there. It is Biafra or death. Upon all the whole intimidation, the killings, IPOB families, they are there. And they are doing a very good job. People thought we would come out on the cities and be talking, but the mobilization of that and continue. That shows how structured and how powerful IPO is. Nobody can intimidate us. Nobody can chase us away from our land. Nobody can kill us and go free. You might kill us today and you feel you have walked away. That we have not forgotten and we will never forget. I will say, all Biafrans, wherever you are, do not disturb yourself. The storms will soon be over. All those people that were making noise, you will see how they will fade away. We know when they are point. We know they are ending. We know how it's going to be. They are all going to bring them. They will come back. Later on, all of them, Asari, whichever, all of them will still gather at the end of the day for you to understand that they were all one. They were all brought to bring the struggle down. If you play your cards very well, they promote you. If you don't, they bring another person. The reasons are the IPOB leadership are people you cannot compromise. They know. They know very, very well. You think they don't know? They know. Even their jujuman have told them about the IPOB leadership. The crop of people that are there. These are men they cannot compromise. They know. They are not those people that come. They don't come to beg you money. They don't come. They don't know you exist. They don't collect transport. They don't come to collect money for Egojin. We don't give it them. We are contented with anything we have. Thanks to Chukwuka Kadia. None of us is a drug user. So you will say, hey, these guys are no. Anything we do, we know what we are doing. And that is why we are proud to come. Because we know we are championing a cause that will change the face of this earth. We are championing a cause that will give freedom for the indigenous people of Biafra. We are championing a cause that lives are involved. Any mistake, health go down. And we do not want to play with any life of any Biafra. That is why anything we do, we are very, very careful. Because we want those who will still remain alive to celebrate the restoration of Biafra. Mazi Chinedu, I will stop here. May Chukwuka bless every one of you. Bless all Biafrans around the world. Once again, my name is Mazi Chinasanworu. Mazi Chinasanworu serve the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State.
Thank you very much. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we have had it. We have been here. We've had it. From the horse's mouth, we must continue propagating this gospel. Therefore, there is no going back because there is no back to go through. It is either Biafra or Biafra. No other option. Therefore, we must continue doubling our efforts because this is our life. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.